Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome to this day 2 of our international conference on business, education and technology, ICBET 2024, Sustainable Holistic Approach to Business through Innovation and Technology. Well, we had a fascinating day 1 yesterday, and we look forward to even more enthusiasm and more research impactful paper in today's second day as well. Today, we will have 17 paper presenters who will be presenting from different parts of the globe on the track of social dimension, digital business, teaching and learning, and artificial intelligence. So our first paper presenter for today will be Mr. Patson Kotongo, but I don't see him yet on the platform. So I will go on with our second paper presenter who will be presenting from Zimbabwe, and Ms. Jacqueline Sunday. The title of the paper is The Impact of Regulatory Framework. The Impact of Regulatory Framework on the Performance of SMEs in Zimbabwe by Jacqueline Sunday. So, Jacqueline Sunday, you are good to go. All the best.
Thank you so much, Prof. Good morning, everyone from Zimbabwe. It's still morning, so I'll just say good morning. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes, we are able to see the screen. You may start, and Jacqueline will have 10 minutes approximately to make the presentation, and followed by some clarifications.
All right, thank you. So the title of the paper is The Impact of the Legal and Regulatory Framework on the Performance of SMEs in Zimbabwe, and it was supervised by Professor Muyiwai Khan. So even though the SME sector has been recognized globally for its pivotal role in economic development, economic growth, and providing employment opportunities, it has continued to be bedeviled by high failure rates and stagnant growth. And this has been observed across many countries. And several factors have been identified as the top cause of affecting SME performance, including the lack of funding, lack of skills, and the legal and regulatory framework prevailing in the country. Observed across many countries, and several. This has necessitated this research in order to determine the effect of the legal and regulatory framework on the performance of SMEs in Zimbabwe. SMEs are the biggest contributors to the gross domestic product across the world, regardless of the level of development of a country, and this has been observed in both developing and developed countries. The OECD states that SMEs are the backbone of the Malaysian economy, with making up 97.2% of the total business establishment and contributing 38.2% of the GDP, whilst employing 7.3 million people. According to the European Commission, there are 25 million SMEs in the European Union, which account for 2 in every 3 jobs and 50% of Europe's GDP. China also has about 140 million SMEs in 2020, and which accounted for 60% of the total GDP and 50% of tax revenue. In Africa, SMEs have also been seen to play a pivotal role in the continent's economic activities, where they account for more than 90% of businesses and contribute 50% of the gross domestic product. The study takes place in Zimbabwe, and geographically it was delimited to 5 main cities, which had the highest concentration of SMEs. Given the time limitations, it was rather difficult to try and enlarge the scope of the study to more than the 5 cities, and it was seen that the results from the 5 cities having the highest concentration of SMEs will be generally representative of the situation prevailing in the whole country. According to ZimStats 2023, the 5 cities accounted for over 70% of the SMEs operating in Zimbabwe. Theoretically, it was limited to factors constituting the legal and regulatory framework for SMEs regarding the independent variable and the performance of the SMEs regarding the dependent variable, whilst the SMEs' internal factors, such as the managerial skills and entrepreneurial capacity, were considered as the moderating variable. Regarding the respondents, the study was delimited to SMEs, owners or managers operating in the agriculture and extractive trade, manufacturing and services sectors, which were also found by ZimStats to contribute the highest sectors in which SMEs operate. The researcher conducted a vast literature review, which included looking at the history of SMEs in different countries, the development of entrepreneurship, and also looked at the theories behind this study, and also a study of the empirical studies, a review of the empirical studies which have been conducted on the subject. And these are the findings. Nyako and Oduro 2017, they conducted a study to explore the effect of legal and regulatory frameworks on SMEs growth in the Accra metropolis of Ghana. And using a descriptive survey, it was found that for SMEs to thrive, a sound and legal framework was required. Zindia 2008 conducted a study to evaluate the factors affecting performance of small and medium enterprises, and the research was quantitative based, and it was found that poor human resources and lack of management skills led to poor performance of SMEs. Agu and Demeti was the objective was to discuss the challenges and prospects of SMEs, and it was a descriptive research, and it was found that poor financing, lack of managerial skills, and multiple taxation regimes were major challenges in constraining the performance of SMEs. Higton et al. 2019 to uncover the underlying issues affecting business perceptions of whether or not and how regulation is burdensome on SMEs. And it was found that the majority of respondents highlighted that regulatory compliance burdens disproportionately affect small businesses. The research objectives, the main research objective obviously was to find out the impact of the legal and regulatory framework on the performance of SMEs. However, it was broken down to several objectives, looking at the factors or the components constituting or making up the legal and regulatory framework. So it was to assess the impact of the registration and licensing system of businesses in Zimbabwe on the performance of SMEs, to examine the influence of the tax regulatory burden system on the performance of SMEs, to investigate the impact of government policy on the performance of SMEs in Zimbabwe, to explore the impact of labor laws, regulations on the performance of SMEs in Zimbabwe, to determine the regulatory burden and costs and benefits of regulatory compliance for SMEs in Zimbabwe. The research questions were aligned to the research objectives. The research methodology, it was a positivist approach, which entails a quantitative research, and this was done through a survey, conducted through a self-administered questionnaire. Following the literature review, hypotheses were formulated, and the purpose of the paper was to look at whether the hypotheses would be confirmed or rejected, depending on the tests which were carried out. And on the first hypothesis advanced, which was whether the existing tax regime has a significant influence on the performance of SMEs in Zimbabwe, and using a Spearman's Rule test at a 5% level of significance, The resultant p-value of 0.001 indicated a significant negative influence on the sales performance of SMEs, and resultantly, the null hypothesis was rejected and the alternative hypothesis was accepted. On the second hypothesis advanced, which was whether government policy inconsistency does not negatively influence SMEs' performance in Zimbabwe, to ascertain how this government policy inconsistency affected the performance of SMEs in Zimbabwe, a simple linear regression test was carried out at a 5% level of significance, and the results show that the government policy inconsistency accounted for 5.6% of the variation in sales performance. The third one was looking at the labor regulations and whether they significantly influence the performance of SMEs in Zimbabwe. And the research examined the effect of the different elements of the labor laws on SMEs' performance using a standard multiple regression test conducted at 5% level of significance. And the results showed that labor regulations have a moderate negative influence on the performance of SMEs, accounting for 2.1% of the variation in sales performance. The paper also looked at the impact of the management skills on the performance of SMEs, this being the moderating variable, and using a Spearman-Stroke correlation test conducted at 5% level of significance, the resulting p-value of 0.036 demonstrated a strong positive influence of management and entrepreneurial skills on the performance of SMEs, resulting in the rejection of the null hypothesis in favor of the alternative one. And the final hypothesis, which was advanced, was whether there is no relationship between having staff members directly responsible for legal and regulatory compliance and the administrative costs incurred by SMEs in Zimbabwe. This would be looking at the regulatory burden of regulatory compliance, and using a chi-square test conducted at 5% level of significance to determine if a relationship existed between having staff members directly responsible for legal and regulatory compliance and the administrative costs incurred by SMEs in Zimbabwe. The p-value was less than 0.001, which is less than the critical value of 0.05, and accordingly, the null hypothesis was rejected in favor of the alternative one. So this is the summary of the findings, which means that all the hypotheses were accepted and the null ones rejected. The contribution of this study is to the body of knowledge by providing insight into the effect of the various components of the legal and regulatory framework on the performance of SMEs. This should then help policymakers on which particular regulations may need to be amended or adjusted or maybe even removed so that the performance of SMEs is not hindered by the regulations in question. And it will also help the owner managers to identify the areas of the legal and regulatory framework which seriously affects their operations, and how they can also use their own managerial skills, their entrepreneurial capacities to ensure that these areas of the legal and regulatory framework have a minimum negative impact on their performance, or even to see how they can gain competitive advantage through compliance. The recommendations is that the SMEs should receive some tax holidays, because it was considered that it was found that the regulatory burden is higher for, especially for tax compliance, it is higher on SMEs than for larger entities. So it is recommended that SMEs are given tax holidays until such a time that maybe we can say 5 years from operating, then you are given the time to grow and to focus on the factors that will help your business to grow rather than just compliance. A whole of government approach is required, It was the finding of the paper that there is no coherence sometimes between the different arms of government, resulting in multiple taxation or duplication of regulations between the local councils and the government itself. So this will result in an increase of the regulatory burden on SMEs. So a whole of government approach is needed where all the various government ministries, departments, and local authorities converge and try and streamline the regulation to reduce the negative impact on SMEs. Government and its agencies should also look at introducing policies that promote SME growth and reduce harsh and restrictive, punitive procedures and laws that seem to deter the formalization of SME operations. It was a finding of this paper that most of the SMEs are operating informally because of the difficulties they encounter in trying to comply with the registration and licensing requirements. They then just opt to operate informally. So government would be encouraged to introduce policies that encourage compliance. It is also recommended that SME owner managers pursue continuous professional education to enhance their own managerial and entrepreneurial skills and better equip them to run their businesses successfully. So it was also a finding of the paper that not all SMEs are the same and they do not respond to regulations in the same way. And those that are more qualified or equipped through educational qualifications or experience are better able to deal with regulations and adjust or adapt to it than those who are not qualified. So it has an impact as well. What qualifications you have, it has an impact on the performance of the SMEs. The researcher set out to find the effect of the legal and regulatory framework on the performance of SMEs in Zimbabwe. And following a literature review, the researchers was able to identify the common components of the legal and regulatory framework deemed to have the most impact on the performance of SMEs. And the study was conducted to either confirm or reject the hypotheses which were advanced following the literature review. And the researcher concluded that government policy inconsistency and tax regulations had the most negative impact on the performance of SMEs, whilst labor regulations, on the other hand, had a moderate negative impact on SMEs. The management skills were also seen to have a significant impact on the performance of SMEs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. So may I kindly ask Dr. Jonah as well to start, please?
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. My first question is, why was Zimbabwe chosen as the focus of the study?
Okay, I chose Zimbabwe because this is where I also operate my business in. I also operate a small business and I've seen the environment that SMEs have been exposed to. And it developed an interest in me to find out academically whether there is a link between what has been prevailing in this country, the various policy changes that we see, the inflationary environment, hyperinflationary sometimes, and whether this has got a peculiar impact on the SMEs which are performing, which are operating in Zimbabwe.
And how do the findings of your study apply to SMEs in other developing countries which has very similar regulatory challenges?
I think the results will be of use to other countries which may be facing similar challenges to Zimbabwe, because they can be valid to other countries because it has looked at how the various components of the legal and regulatory framework and the policies that are existing can affect So it can also be taken to apply in other countries which may be facing similar challenges, or even those countries which have not managed to study how their own SMEs are being affected by the legal and regulatory framework in place.
All right, that's all from my side. Wishing you all the best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jacqueline Sunday, for that presentation. So, wishing you all the best with your publication. Start with, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So now from Zimbabwe, we move on to our next presenter, and the next presenter is going to be Patson Katango, who was the first today on the list, but I think he joined a bit late. However, this is a study on factors influencing middle level managers' involvement in strategy formulation in Zambia, a case study of Indo-Zambia Bank. Patson Katango, over to you. You may start sharing your screen, and all the best. Jacqueline, if you kindly may, your screen is still being shared. If you can kindly stop sharing the screen, then Mr. Patson will start sharing. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Patson, are you able to hear me?
Yes, Pro, I'm able to hear you. I'm just trying to share the screen.
Yes, please. Kindly.
Okay. Sorry, I came in late. I was doing some school runs. So that's the title of my presentation. The study on factors which influence middle managers' level of involvement in the formulation of strategy. And
you can switch on your camera, Mr. Patson, so we can see you all. Yeah.
Thank you.
Please. So I can make you in the spotlight. Okay.
So the introduction to the research. So the main purpose of the research was to identify the factors that influence the middle level manager's involvement in the formulation of strategy. So the study applied a single case of Indo-Zambia Bank, which is one of the commercial banks in Zambia. And I'm also an employee of this undertaking. McCain's 7 framework was used to actually answer the research questions. So the study also adopted the focus group strategy in its data collection. And also a key formative So the background of the banking industry in Zambia. So there's been a proliferation of banks in the Zambian economy. The case being that the economy has been growing at a very fast pace, and also flexibility in government policies, which adopted the free market economy in the 1990s, made the banking industry become highly competitive. So there is a survey that was conducted by PwC, which confirmed that financial institutions in Zambia find themselves increasingly exposed to the ever-changing challenges, and these challenges as a result of the introduction into the industry of the non-traditional players, like the telecom companies, the microfin, and these are using technology to create customer-oriented solutions. So in order to be on the competitive edge, banks like another organization consider involving employees in the strategic making process. And in the context of this research paper, the employees are the middle managers. That's the brief background of the CASE organization. So it's an undertaking between the government of Zambia and the government of India, and those are the shareholdings as indicated in the slide. So the three banks, bigger banks in India, collectively they have got a staking of 60% in the organization, and also the Zambian government has got 40%. The branch network of the bank is 40, and the workforce stood at 361 as at December 2023. The scope of the study was to investigate factors influencing the middle managers' involvement in strategy formulation in the CASE organization, which is IZB or Indo-Zambia Bank. So the study was also restricted to employees of Indo-Zambia Bank in the middle level management category with experience of 10 years and above. So these middle managers are employees that are in charge of bank branches, and some are also second in command in functional units at the corporate office or at head office. The collection of data was by way of forming focus groups, where basically three focus groups composed of 8 to 12 employees. And these were made up of middle managers of Indo-Zambia Bank. Other than collecting this information from the three focus group, the researcher also held key informative interview with the CEO of the bank, which was conducted right from the corporate office. Equally, the research data was so restricted to the focus group and the CEO because these were considered to be stakeholders and subject to the study that was being conducted. As the statement of the problem, the involvement of middle managers in strategic formulation is inconsistent and influenced by various factors and results in missed opportunities for innovation and alignment with organization objectives. That's in the context, in situations where the middle managers do not become part of the strategy making process. And this is confirmed by Robinson 2016, who acknowledged that it is no longer effective for top leadership or top management to formulate strategy and simply relegate lower levels of leadership to its implementation. So in the case of this study, the lower levels of leadership to whom the strategy is relegated are the middle managers. So the CASE organization is faced with the challenge of not involving middle managers in the strategic making process. And their impacts, the impacts of not involving this critical level or cadre of management in strategic making process is one of the causes of failure by most branches to reach their set strategic business targets in the CASE organization. So this study therefore sought to fill the gap in literature by undertaking a study on factors influencing middle-level managers' involvement in the strategic making process using the case of Indo-Zambia Bank. Those are the research objectives, the first one being to study the effect of organizational culture on middle managers on strategy formulation at IZB, to explore the effect organizational structure has on middle managers on strategic formulation at IZB, to examine the effect of the managerial skills on middle managers on strategy formulation at IZB, and to investigate how management style affect middle managers' involvement in strategic formulation in the CASE organization. And those are the research questions. The first one, how does organizational culture influence middle managers' involvement in strategic formulation? What effect does organizational structure have on middle managers' involvement in strategy formulation? How do managerial skills affect middle managers' involvement in strategy formulation? And what impact does management style have on managers' involvement in strategy formulation at ICBET? So those are some of the literatures that were put, analyzed, and also some of them, like the one relating to Wamungo, it stipulates that involving middle-level managers in strategy formulation process is key to the success of the strategy. And it says, the degree to which middle-level managers are included in decisions on strategic formulation frequently affects their implementation efforts. And this is true because the middle managers are actually considered to be implementers, and they are also in charge of the strategic business units. Hence, their involvement, like Wamungo says, is critical into the seamless implementation of strategy. Equally, Ms. Beck advocates that the process of strategy formulation and implementation are processes of social learning when all companies' employees are adapting to the changing environment, and middle managers are key actors in them. CREO 2020 also supports that the perspective of middle management role in strategy shifted from solely being the implementers of top management intentions and their information source to also being the center of strategy formulation. So this quotation or this literature confirms or advocates that it's important not to perceive the middle managers in a traditional way like it was in the past, where they were not part and parcel of the strategy formulation process, but they should be involved in both circles, that of formulating and also at the same time implementing the strategy. Taractis, it is 2023 also argues that by populating layers between the CEO and frontline actors, middle managers are vital to making organizational operationally feasible as they translate ambiguous environment shift into concrete action for organizational members. So it's implying that the middle managers appreciate the market in which they actually operate. So the information that they may sponsor to the strategy making process is very, very vital. That was used in the study. It's the Mackenzie theory. The Mackenzie theory underpinned this study, and the following are the reasons why the theory was adopted. One, the 7 variables in this theory are easily identifiable with the organization under study, which is ICBET. And also the theory has been used extensively in research by other academicians and practitioners. The research methodology, the method adopted was the qualitative because it supports focus groups and also informative interviews. The strategy used was a single case, that's of Indo-Zambia Bank, and data collection techniques that were employed. There was a key informative interview that was conducted with the CEO of Indo-Zambia Bank. Also 3 focus groups were constituted with numbers varying from 8 to 12. But in certain instances, they were even going slightly that number. And open-ended questions were used in the data collection in both cases. The data analysis, thematic analysis method was adopted and applied in the analysis of the collected data. And the reason for adopting this analytical tool, one being it is one of the widely used analytical method by most researchers who collect data through interviews or focus groups, discussions, or other processes. It is also an increasing popular method to analyze qualitative data that captures patterns across raw data and structures the data into meaningful themes. So in analyzing the gathered data, the researcher used Microsoft Word too, since he had no access to other standard analytical software programs such as the Miner. The main findings of the study shows that ICBET's strategic formulation process is a preserve of top management, selected customers, and also external consultants. The study also revealed that the middle-level managers are considered by top management as mere implementers of the strategy in the case organization. The interviewed ICBET focus groups did not support the notion that top management should be the sole formulators of strategy. Also, the middle managers, during the discussions with them, pointed out that it is easier to communicate their teams and implement a strategy to which they are part during its formulation stage. The chief executive officer, however, had different views. He pointed out that the strategy formulation process was bottom-up and also top-down, and that the case organization advocated for a participative style of strategy formulation process. The contribution to the study is important to Indo-Zambia Bank, as it will assist the bank to have a deeper and clear understanding of the importance of taking on board the middle-level managers in the strategic making process, since they are the key actors, they are the custodians, they are educators, they are influencers, and interpreters, as well as interpreters of the strategy, meaning that they actually do all these aspects to their teams. They educate their teams and they influence their teams in as far as the implementation or appreciation of the strategy is concerned. The study will also assist other commercial banks and non-financial institutions on how they can better strengthen their strategic making processes by taking on board middle managers. The study also has contributed to the already existing body of knowledge. The implication of the study, results of the study reveal that middle-level managers play an important role in ensuring that strategies are effectively implemented in their respective strategic business units. Also, lack of middle managers' participation in strategy formulation, it was discovered that can negatively impact on the achievement of business targets. Lack of participation in strategic formulation process may also deny the middle manager sufficient time to properly plan for its implementation in their respective strategic business units. Equally, non-participation of middle managers in strategic formulation process dampens their morale and ultimately has a telling effect on the organizational performance. The recommendations, ICBET should take advantage of middle managers and exploit their skill sets by getting valuable inputs, which should go into the strategic making process. And in order to make themselves more attractive and win the confidence of top management, get involved in strategy formulation, the middle managements are supposed to enhance their understanding of strategy through continuous training and learning. Organizations should also deliberately embed in their policies and make it mandatory for middle managers to participate in the strategy making process. Companies such as IZB should also have a way of identifying which middle-level managers have the capacity, the skills, and the ability to make valuable contribution to the strategic making process. In conclusion, the study investigated factors which influence middle managers' involvement in the strategy making process. And of course, McKinsey's framework was used to answer the research questions. The two types of data collection that was used was the focus group and also the key formative interview with the CEO of the bank. Thematical method was adopted in the analysis of data, and the strategy that was adopted was quantitative strategy. The research was conducted in Zambia using a single case of IZB, and the study concluded that the middle-level managers, despite being perceived as communicators and implementers of strategy, should be taken on board in the strategy-making process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. Yes, Dr. Donna is here. Sure.
Yes, Prof. Yeah. Okay, thank you for the presentation, Mr. Patson. My first question to you is, you're studying the factors influencing middle-level managers' involvement in strategic formulation in Zambia, right? So what were the most significant factor that influenced middle-level managers' involvement in strategic formulation in Indo-Zambia Bank, based on your study, based on your findings?
Thank you so much for the question. Primarily, what influences their involvement is the way the bank is structured. The bank is centralized, the management style is centralized, so all the decisions are in the hands of the top management. Hence, the reason why even the strategy formulation process, even if there is an aspect of involving the consultants and sometimes the top 20 customers, you find that all the information that is gathered is from this source other than the top management, and ultimately management will only communicate a fully crafted strategy to the middle-level management for implementation. So the structure has got a telling effect in as far as involving the middle management in the strategy formulation process is concerned.
And the other question that I want to ask is, this is a case study done, right? So how does your study enhance the existing body of knowledge regarding the role of MLM in strategic management, particularly in the context of Zambian banking sector?
What I noticed is that as I conducted a study, when I tried to pull some studies conducted in this area, I realized that there was no such a study which has been conducted in Zambia. So I relied mostly on studies that were conducted outside the boundaries of Zambia. So for me, this study would actually add to the body of knowledge in the context of Zambia, in the sense that future studies would actually be able to refer to this.
That's all from my side. Thank you, Mr. Patson. Wishing you all the best. Thank you, Prof. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Donna. Thank you very much, Mr. Patson, for that presentation. Okay,
Thank you so much.
thank you. So we move on to our third presenter for today. And our third presenter is going to speak about an assessment of sustainable ICT work environment practices in Zimbabwean public university ICT departments by Chinofunga Shekmo. So Chinofunga, if you are here, you may kindly start sharing your screen, and all the best to you, and you'll have 10 minutes to make the presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I'll ride on existing introductions and welcome remarks. Let me share my screen and confirm that I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Let me share my screen. Right, confirm that you can now see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen. You're all set to go.
Thank you. Let me go right into the introductions where the period now pre and post-COVID, there is proliferation of information and communication technologies that have transformed the ways in which investors now conduct their business. And there is an exponential of obvious increase in the use of ICTs. And these ICTs, they are energy intensive, nature and associated environmental impact through carbon emissions, e-waste generation have become a growing concern globally and in public investing in Zimbabwe. Then background-wise, this skyrocketing increase in electronic waste is attributed to this advancement in the use of ICTs, and the growing consumption of electric gadgets has been because of the importation of second-hand electronic products that have got high dependence on electricity. So the work environment of ICTs is where the ICT equipment is stored in rooms that prioritize safety, ensuring good ventilation, reliable power supply, sufficient lighting to support optimum functioning and longevity. In Zimbabwe, the ICT technical personnel offices, they house computer labs, they're housed in computer labs. There is computer support offices, there are desktop computers, there are laptops, there are printers, there are scanners. These are used to service the fundamental infrastructure for the Invest ICT technical operations. And globally, and this has been confirmed by literature from beyond 2024, where ICTs account for 3.5% of carbon emissions, and this equates the aviation industry. So there is need for a sustainable work environment to be recognized across tertiary learning institutions. The scope of this study, it encompasses evaluation and analyzing the work environments in ICT departments of public universities, which are dotted around the 10 administrative provinces. And we're going to look into the desktop computers. We're going to look into computer peripherals, which are the printers. We look into the monitors, the CRT, LCD, the liquid crystal display, and the liquid electrical displays. We're looking into thick versus thin clients. We're looking into the lab office environment, cooling and powering. We're looking into the policies that are being implemented in order for these practices to exist. The literature that was reviewed in this research, we looked at sustainable ICTs as an integration of eco-friendly practices in the design of the work environments, the operations in the work environment, and the disposal of IT infrastructure. So the ICT work environment is a designated space where technical personnel engage ICT-related activities and conduct business operations within the realm of ICTs. So in the work environment strategies, we reviewed literature on multi-purpose computer laboratories to service both the students and staff, cathode ray tubes with the CRT monitors. We looked at LCD screen and LED implementations. We looked at laptops versus desktop machines. We looked at enabling power saving modes. We looked at disabling screensavers. We looked at desktop virtualization, which is thin client technology versus the thick client. We looked at multi-function devices, which are all-in-one printers that combine printing functionality, faxing, scanning, and photocopying capabilities. In terms of theories that underpin this study, we have the TOE, which is the main theory, and we have got, of course, the diffusion of innovation theory, which is looks at the relative advantage, the compatibilities and complexities and triability and observability of the practices as relating to the work environment in ICT department. In order to get an in-depth analysis of whatever is obtaining in this ICT department, we've had to carry a qualitative inquiry, which was supported by the upper echelon theory. So in terms of method of objectives, the objectives were to assess the current state of sustainable work environment practices, then to identify the key drivers that influence this adoption, then explore the perceptions of ICT directors towards these work environment practices, and then provide a set of recommendations. I'm not going to go through the equivalent in terms of research questions that equate these objectives. Then in terms of research methodology, the mixed approach was adopted, which covered 13 public universities, where a quantitative inquiry using a structured questionnaire was distributed, employing a census approach of about 241 ICT department technical personnel. And then this was followed by in-depth qualitative interviews with 12 ICT directors who were servicing as key informants on these practices. In terms of data analysis was carried out using SPSS version 27. This, we did some descriptive statistics and multivariate analysis is pointing to the TOE dimensions, top management support, budgeting, select resources, technical skills, and the knowledge about these sustainable ICT work-related practices. And then for the equation modeling, we did an addition to SPSS through Amos version 22. In order to have a deductive thematic analysis, we have had to employ Atlas TI version 9, where literature themes that were generated were then interrogated qualitatively using responses from ICT directors. Then the major findings from this research, you will discover that in terms of implementation of multi-purpose computer laboratories for use by students and staff, this is a commonly implemented strategy by universities in Zimbabwe, where the awareness of resource sharing benefits has been efficient, and the infrastructure utilization in this is so evident. Then there is also implementation of multifunction devices. Universities have adopted the use of multifunctional printers that come as faxes, that have got scanning capabilities and photocopying capabilities. Then they've also widely implemented the automatic shut-off and powering of laptops and desktop machines in offices and laboratories. Then in terms of computer laboratories and offices being furnished with LCD monitors, this is a practice that is so common with universities in Zimbabwe. You will see that there's a deviation from the use of cathode ray tube monitors to LCD and LED monitors. But you interrogate further practices that are there in literature, the likes of where we have to monitor the use of electricity in offices using a centrally managed power management database. This is not evident in tertiary learning institutions. This practice is not common. Then the practice of desktop virtualization, thin client technology is not common in Zimbabwe public universities. Then there is also decentralized monitoring of ICT equipment power consumption, then absence of established guiding policies. All these practices, while they are very common in universities, if you interrogate the use or the existence of a policy that guides this implementation, you see that these policies are non-existent. So there is lack of tactical, comprehensive, and deep green policies that guide the implementation of work environment related policies. Then practices. Then the other finding from the predictors point of view, where I talked about organizational factors, technological factors, and environmental factors is coming from the TOR framework. You see that the organizational factors are the top factors that are influencing the implementation of these sustainable practices in the work environment. And this has also been confirmed through the qualitative inquiry, where we did interviews with ICT directors. These are some of the sentiments that they were sharing, and this is the word cloud that was generated, where there is issues of adjusting light, where energy settings are set up on machines, screen lock timeouts are set up on machines. These are some of the findings. But when you introduce the moderator in terms of policy, tactical policies, comprehensive policies, deep green policies, you see the relationship being reduced, which means that the moment we introduce the moderator policy, this relationship between the predictor and the dependent variable, which is work environment practices, is lowered, which means there is non-existence of policies in these institutions. What are the summary of findings from this? So the operational landscape within these public universities showcases a blend of positive and negative practices, as has been alluded through the findings in graphical format. Then the positive aspects, of course, include the deployment of versatile computer labs and adoption of LCDs, the LED screens which have been chosen over the cathode ray tubes, and the integration of these LED lighting in laboratories, some of them with automated functionalities where they can detect motion, and once there is no motional activity in a laboratory, the lights will switch off. And then offices, along the utilization of multifunctional printers. This has been very common with universities, but there is generally limited implementation of thin clients. So the notable deficiency, you actually see that it lies in non-existence of guiding policies. So the organizational factors, the top management support, and availability of select resources. These are resources that have to be provided for over and above the budgeted amounts that have been allocated to ICTs in light of the inflationary environment that is existent in Zimbabwe. So the conclusion, the contributions that then this research comes with is knowledge enrichment, where we have identified sustainability challenges from the technical perspective, from organizational perspective, and then the environmental perspective, where policies have to be introduced by these institutions that guide the implementation and design of work environments for ICT personnel. Then benchmarking sustainability practices. You see that this research, it went on to gather information from different universities, so it would serve as a benchmark for other universities. Then policy development. Obviously, after having introduced the policy as a moderator, when we inquired on policies to do with work environment, you see that they will be challenged to come up with policies that inform sustainable ICT implementation. Then after having been interrogated, you see from what ICT directors were saying, it raises some form of awareness across all stakeholders and enhances sustainability and operational efficiency in public universities. The recommendations, deliberate effort should be directed towards development of custom, technical, comprehensive, and deep green sustainable ICT policies for the work environment. This incorporates the carbon crediting, the tactical policies, just policies where you distribute to your stakeholders, instructing them to switch off machines when they're not in use, to set up proper energy settings for the computer. Then promotion of energy efficient technologies. So universities should encourage the increased use of energy efficient technologies such as desktop thin client and centrally managing consumption of ICT equipment. Then training and awareness programs. So deliberate effort should be directed also towards training our own community of users, the technical personnel and users, on how best we can service the university in a sustainable way in terms of ICT equipment. Then regular monitoring and evaluation. Obviously, after having come up with these policies and standard operating procedures, universities, they need to come up with a regulatory monitoring and evaluation mechanism. Conclusively, these study findings highlight the need for improved sustainability measures in work environment operations, which include energy efficiency and environmental sustainability. So the research is anticipated to yield valuable insights into the current state of sustainability within these departments. And this research endeavors to foster a culture of sustainability and eco-friendly practices that contribute to the broader discourse of environmental responsibility as enshrined in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, of which Zimbabwe is a signatory by default. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. Okay, now let's have a look. Can you explain to us how do you differentiate your objective number 2 and the objective number 3?
Let me go to right. Objective number 2, if you look at objective number 2, is about the key drivers. The key drivers to technology adoption, according to literature, you will see that there is a technology, organization, and environmental framework that supports technology adoption. And if you look at objective number 3, we are exploring perceptions. When you are exploring perceptions of ICT directors are upper echelons, they are the decision makers in an organization. So these are supported by an upper echelons theory. You are trying to get the perceptions from a qualitative inquiry. This objective number 2 is purely quantitative in nature. So to substantiate whatever has been responded to quantitatively by our stakeholders, you need to flow further to have a deeper comprehension of what perceptions ICT directors have as supporting work environment practices.
All right, so that means it was more highlighted towards your qualitative findings, right?
True, Prof.
So how did you analyze your qualitative findings?
The qualitative findings, you analyze them using Atlas TI, where if you look at perceptions, the issue of perceptions, obviously you have to interrogate each and every ICT director. Then you come up with a construct in qualitative inquiry. Then you run deductive thematic analysis. Then you come up with word clouds.
Okay, all right, good. If I want to highlight among your findings of the study, which one would you prioritize as your number 1 finding of this research paper?
Yeah, the number 1 finding, there are 2 competing findings. The implementation of multifunctional devices, which are all-in-one gadgets, the printers, and the second one, I would say it's the implementation of the multi-purpose laboratories, which is rampant across tertiary learning institutions.
Okay, fine. Then thank you very much, Jinofunga Sheknor, for that presentation. Okay, all the best to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, now from all the way from Zimbabwe, we come towards China. Our next paper presenter will be Wu Meng, and she is presenting on examining the legal protection of the rights of intern students in vocational colleges in China. So, Wu Meng, are you ready for the presentation? You have to unmute.
Yes, Professor. I'm ready.
Okay, fine. So you can start now. You will have 10 minutes to make the presentation. All the best.
Okay, let me share my PowerPoint. Hello, Professor Asif, and hello, Dr. Donna, and hello, my dear researchers. It's my honor to present my research here. And my name is Wu Meng. I'm from China, and the topic of mine today is about examining the inter-students' legal rights protection in China vocational colleges. And we come to the introduction. As technology advanced in the late 1980s, an increasing number of technical skills were required across a range of business. The nation actively promoted the development of vocational education in order to adjust to economic development. And these are two parts. The first part is the current status of the on-job internships. Numerous cases involving civil, criminal, and administrative litigation have been linked to post-job internship in the points at all levels. The case has contract problems, property conflicts, labor disputes, and tort liability disputes, among other factors. The second part is about the legal nature of the on-job internship. The Ministry of Education and 5 other departments jointly issued the Internship Management Regulations in 2016. Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the regulations states that on-the-job internship are defined as actives in which students who are initially capable of working independently in practical positions go to the corresponding internship position and participate in actual work relatively independently. And then we move to the background. And the background is about, it is an event that in reality college students in vocational fields typically hold on the job internships, often in their grade 3, in their grade 3 in China. All the vocational students are in hold on the job internships. And about my research, this topic is this is the scope of the research. First one is, after examining the count records from the last 3 years, it was discovered that the interns' rights are not fully realized. And the second one is in order to support the realization of the rights of interns, it is pointed out that the proactive protection beforehand and remedial relief afterwards are needed. Then this is my literature review. I put three of the most important literature review in my PowerPoint. First one is about Jing Jinbiao. He said the research on the protection of college students' rights and interests during internship is still in its early stages in China. And the second one is drawing from the experience of safeguarding the rights and interests of university students participating in internships in developed nations like the US, Germany, and other countries. The protection of college student rights and interest in internship practice. And the third point of the literature review is, during the internship process, personal rights, property rights, and labor rights were explored. And we move on to the research objectives. In my research, the objectives is about these 4 parts. The first is to examine the legal status of internships for students in vocational colleges. Second one is to investigate the realization of the rights of interns in vocational colleges. Third one is to analyze the type and causes of damage to interns' rights. The last one is to explore countermeasures to improve the rights protection of interns. And according to the objectives, the research questions is also 4. First one is how do we determine a student intern's legal position at vocational colleges. Second one is how are interns at vocational colleges able to exercise their rights. Third one is what kind of harm do interns' rights suffer and why. The last one is how may the degree of protection of interns' rights be raised. And during my research, the research methodology is undertake a thorough analysis of the decision materials from 2018 to 2023, and performed a full text search on the China judgment documents online using the terms internship, on-the-job internship, and vocational college. Choose the current records whose referee dates range from August 31, 2018 to August 31, 2023, and apply up later. By screening cases with real employment experience of vocational college students, about 500 judgment documents were finally obtained, and conclusions are drawn through data analysis of these 500 referee documents. And we can, from this course assessment of the safeguarding of interest rights and interests, we can see from this table, the subject of the counter review about totally in 64% causes of action is about the protection of personal rights and interests of interns. And the second one is about here 64%. And the second one is about 40.2% causes of action is about the protection of labor rights of interns. And the last one is 4.6% is about other causes. And this is the data analysis from the Chinese courts. And the summary of these findings: the present state of protection for vocational colleges interns' personal rights, rights to labor security, and the rights to education is inadequate, according to this 500 decision documents from since 2018 to 2023. Because the latest numbers of the documents are not published. And the contribution. First one is the price of the several procedures, including hiring, onboarding, and training before the intern starts their jobs. Second one is the company will pay damages that intern college students causes to third parties while they are working there. And the third one is there is a modest decrease in competence and professional abilities among college students who work as interns. Next, the recommendation. This study examines 500 count records to identify issues with interns' rights realization in judicial practice and suggest suggestions for future research areas to address those issues. The conclusion, first one, conclusion about the research. First one is to enhancement of school internship cooperation quality is critical to the high level realization of inter rights to education. Second is to further strengthen the protection of interns' rights in vocational colleges. Efforts should be made to enhance the caliber of talent training offered by these institutions, assign rights and responsibilities to schools and business in a responsible manner, and encourage the development of a community with a shared future for both. And this is all the presentation I will make today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Wumeng, for the presentation.
Okay.
Right. Let us start. What actually is the main finding of this research work? The number one finding that you received.
Actually, my main finding is about, let me see.
Yeah, just you have to just you can speak, no problem. Yeah, tell us.
Okay. My finding about the main research is about to not in the from of course from the legal view of the inter rights is it's play a very important part in students' rights to protect, and but also will in the future will in some for example, like the colleges and schools, they will bring more regulations about how to protect the intern students' rights, and also to these companies, they also will to take more protection, not only for their workers, but also take more attention to the internship students to protect their rights, poverty rights, and human rights, and others. This is a summary of the finding.
Fine. Dr. Donna, anything from your end, please?
So thank you for the presentation, Moonlight. One question I have is, what specific laws and regulations actually govern the rights of intern students in China?
Oh, in China, China bring up a new college. Let me see. Bring a new law about the. Let me check my PowerPoint. Bring up a new law in 2022 to enhance the rights of the rights of the interns rights about the to protect the right of these students.
And what challenges do this vocational colleges face in implementing these legal protections for intern students? What are the challenges that the colleges, right? Your studies on vocational college, right? Okay, what are the challenges faced by the colleges for implementing these legal protections for the intern students?
The challenges is because most of the colleges and schools in China, they are less regulations about how to protect the students' rights, personal rights, and the internship rights. This is most challenges. We have education law, but not very focused on every province and on every parts of the students. They are entered they are entered different works, different fields, and the law is a huge one, but there must be many regulations in different schools to protect their students' rights in different fields.
That's all from my side. Thank you, Women. All the best to you. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor.
Like what I know from the Zimbabwean side, they have an education 5.0, which is being placed, and it is mandatory for all the lecturers at all level to be adapted with the education 5.0. So yeah, maybe China is also upcoming with those issues as well. Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Donna. Thank you, Women, for the presentation. So, right. So now from China, we will be moving on to Cambodia. Our next paper presenter is from Cambodia, and it is to be presented by Chen Shopheb, a study on dropout of students of undergraduate program at Asian Institute of Cambodia, Kratie Provincial Main Campus. Right? So all the best. Shopheb, you can start sharing your screen so that you can see, look into it, and you'll have 10 minutes to make the presentation. All the best.
Doctor, thank you. Good afternoon, Professor Dr. Asif and Dr. Donna, and also the participant in our Zoom presentation today. You hear me, Doctor? You hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you well. Go ahead.
Yeah, you see. Yeah. So I have to go to, first of all, I would like to say thank you to Professor Dr. Asif and Dr. Donna, and also the participant in our conference today. But this is first of all, I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Chan Supip, and a PhD student and in educational management, and I am from Cambodia. And my research topic is about dropout intentions of undergraduate students of Asian Institute of Cambodia, Kratie Provincial Main Campus. Yeah. For introduction, of all sectors, educational sector is considered the most important in one country, or important one in all over the world. Each nation is striving to improve its educational system to produce qualified human resources in order to push for rapid development in this changing world these days. In the long journey of education improvement, each country has encountered a variety of obstacles of challenges such as lacks of funding for education, poverty, and inequality in child labor, early marriage and pregnancy, discrimination, handicap, violence, and conflict that block or slow down the process of development. And these factors can lead to student dropouts in many developing countries. Education in Cambodia has many challenges that cause student dropouts from primary school, lower secondary school, and upper secondary school up to higher education institution. Cambodia Ministry of Education 2023. For the problem statement, and it is the graph of Asian Institute of Cambodia. Through the graph and also the annual report of the Asian Institute of Cambodia, we dropout rates of the student of bachelor and associate students were 24% in the academic year 2019 to 2020, 29.21% in the academic year 2020 to 2021. 8.67% in the academic year 2021 to 2022, 26% in the academic years 2022 to 2023, and 43.71% in the academic year 2023 to 2024. Compared to the academic year 2022 to 2023, the dropout rate in the academic year in the academic year 2023 to 2024 increased up to 17.71%. AIC annual report 2024. For the limitations, the study was conducted around the topic dropout intention of students of its undergraduate programs of Asian Institute of Cambodia, Kratie Provincial Main Campus. The respondents of the study are the first year, second year, third year, and fourth year students of College of Business Administration and College of Arts and Humanities and Foreign Languages. The study is focused mainly on the factors that influence the undergraduate student intention to drop out, lacks of institutional commitment that influences undergraduate student intention to drop out, skills and attitudes of lecturers that influence undergraduate student intention to drop out, lecturer support that influence undergraduate students' intention to drop out, and students' personal factors that influence undergraduate student intentions to drop out at Asian Institute of Cambodia as well. For the literature review, several authors have given different definition of dropout. Dropout is referred to those who quit educational institution without completing a course, semester, academic year, or degree. Yeah. Say waiver or Manifest 2020. University dropout is considered as a failure of completing all the requirements of higher education after having invested human resources. Grouse, Waladusara, Mingalan, 2014. Higher education dropout is a major concern as the numbers of students forgo university in the first year of study and involves not only personal factor of the student concerning their well-being and prospects for the future, but also social and economic conditions. BISDA and all 2024. The social and psychological factors can push dropout intention and eventually can lead to actual dropout. Itcher, Sterkley, and Clement, 2014. For the research questions, so there are 5 research questions. The first question, what factor influenced the undergraduate student intention to drop out at Asian Institute of Cambodia? And the second one, how does lack of institutional commitment influence the undergraduate student intention to drop out at Asian Institute of Cambodia? Number 3, how do skill and attitude of lecturer influence undergraduate students' intention to drop out at Asian Institute of Cambodia? Number 4, how does lecturer support influence undergraduate students' intention to drop out at Asian Institute of Cambodia? Number 5, how does student personal factor influence undergraduate students' intention to drop out at Asian Institute of Cambodia? Yeah, these are the 5 research questions. And we also, this study is conducted with the 4 research objectives as well. The first one is to determine the factors that influence the undergraduate student intention to drop out at Asian Institute of Cambodia. And number 2, to investigate lack of institutional commitment that influences undergraduate student intention to drop out at the Institute of Cambodia. Number 3, to assess skills and attitude of lecturers that influence undergraduate students' intention to drop out at Asian Institute of Cambodia. Number 4, to examine lecturer support that influences undergraduate student intention to drop out at Asian Institute of Cambodia. Number 5, to explore students' personal factors that influence undergraduate students' intention to drop out at Asian Institute of Cambodia. So for the methodology, research methodology, so the study was undertaken with quantitative approach to explore dropout intention of undergraduate students at Asian Institute of Cambodia. And the structure questionnaire was designed to collect primary data regarding the factors, lack of intentional commitment, skills and attitudes of lecturers, lecturer support, and students of personal factor that influence the undergraduate student dropout intention at Asian Institute of Cambodia. And the response in this study was selected from the students who are studying in year 1, year 2, year 3, and year 4 at this institution in the shift of Monday to Friday for morning sessions in the academic years 2022, 2023 to 2024. And for the sample size, for the sample size calculation, we use the Yemen-Tero formula 1970 to determine the sample size of the entire population of 45 students. Yeah, we can see the N is population and lowercase n is a sample size, and for the errors, E is E. Yeah. And the entire population, is 45 students, and the margin of error is 5%. So after the calculation of the sample size, so the selected sample size is 40% of 40 respondent. The selected sample size would be maintained 95% confidence level. The study was conducted with the stratified sampling method by using Microsoft Excel 2016 to select students from the different classes of College of Art, Humanity, and Foreign Languages and College of Business Administration in order to provide responses. The COPOS 2022. A collective questionnaire with close-ended question was provided to 40 respondents to collect the data. The questionnaire was divided into 2 sections, and the first section was focused on sect, age, college, and year. The second one was for the research questions relevant to the variables. The research question regarding factor lack of institutional commitment, skills, and attitude of lecturers, lecturer support, students' personal factor that influence the undergraduate students' dropout intention were broken down into segments and were coded based on each variable. Data analysis plan. The primary data was collected from the respondents by completing a collective questionnaire, and the collected data were analyzed by using SPSS, and the data analyzed would reveal descriptive statistics of variables or dropout intention of student or undergraduate program of Asian Institute of Cambodia, Kratie province of main campus. For the data analysis, so the data analysis is for two parts. Is for first one for the respondent personal information. For the respondent personal information, so the all the respondents, so 52% male and 47.5% are females. And age of respondents. And for the age of respondents, so 92.5 are male and 7.5 female. And for the colleges of respondent, so 37 is business administration and 62.5 from College of Art, Humanity and Foreign Languages. And year of the student, 20%. The respondent in from year 1 and the 15% from year 2 and 35% from year 3 and 30% from year 4. The data for the descriptive result for the variables. The first one is regarding to the descriptive for student dropout intention. So the table shows the summary and central tendency for the variable of school dropout intention. So the SDI3 has the highest mean score of 3.10, and the SDI4 had the lowest mean score of 2.73. From the mean value, the researcher can conclude that SDI3 is the most important. And descriptive result for lack of institutional commitment. Yeah. So LIC2 had the highest mean score of 3.40, and LIC3 had the lowest mean score of 2.30. Therefore, the researcher can conclude that LIC2 is the most important. Yeah. So for the result, descriptive result for skills and attitude lecturer. Yeah. So table 8 show that the summary of mean score for the variable skill and attitude lecturer. The SAL6 had the highest mean score of 3.23, and SAL4 had the lowest mean score of 2.75. From the mean value, the researcher can conclude that SALI3 is the most important. For the variables lecturer support, so the descriptive result for that variables, table 9 shows that. So the summary of mean score of the variable of lecturer support. LS3 has the highest mean score of 2.33, and LS1 has the lowest mean score of 2.45. Thus, the researcher can conclude that LS3 is the most important. Yeah. Descriptive result for student personal factors. Table 9 shows that the summary of the mean score of variable and personal factors. The PF6 has the highest mean score of 3.93. The PF5 has the lowest mean score of 2.40. Therefore, the researcher can conclude that PF6 is the most important. For findings and conclusion. As shown in the data analysis, the finding reveals factor lacks of institutional commitment, skill and attitude of lecturer support, and support personal factor that influence the undergraduate student dropout intention at Asian Institute of Cambodia, Kratie province of main campus. For the first variable, factor that influence student dropout intention. So the SDI 3 had the highest mean score of 3.10, and the SDI 4 had the lowest mean score, 2.73. So the SDI 3 is the most important, which means there is a possibility that most of the students will drop out of the institution within next year. It is the main finding we found out for the first variable. And the second variable, the lack of the institutional commitment that influences student dropout intention. The LIC2 had the highest mean score of 3.40. LIC3 has the lowest mean score, 2.30. So therefore, the LIC2 is the most important. Yeah, this means that most of the students are studying at this institution, as it often sends them for international exchanges. Okay, it is the second finding. And the third one, skills and attitude of lecturer that influence student dropout intention. SAL6 had the highest mean score of 3.33, and SLA4 had the lowest mean score of 2.75. Thus, the SLA3 is the most important. This means that the most important of the lecturer always try to make the classes interesting. Yeah. So the fourth variable, lecturer support that influences student dropout intention. The LSA had the highest mean score of 2.63. So the LS1 had the lowest mean score, 2.45. Therefore, the LS3 is the most important. This means that most of the lecturers always take care of teaching us, teaching students. For the last one, student personal factor that influence student dropout intention. The PF6 had the highest mean score of 3.93. The PF5 had the lowest mean score of 224 or 240.40. Therefore, the PF6 is the most important. This means that most of the students have financial issues. Yeah. For the recommendations, so we have four, the researcher has four recommendations. The first recommendation is regarding to lecturer qualification. This institution should select lecturer for teaching students to all programs by testing and interviewing them very well in order to obtain highly qualified human resources for the sake of improving good services to the student. And the second one, pre-enrollment consultation. The institution should assign a potential staff or create a career plan office to prepare to test student competency, talent, and preference carefully. The potential staff or career plan office play a very vital role in providing consultation to students before allowing them to enroll in any specialization. And the third one, shift diversification. The institution should make various shifts, including morning, afternoon, evening, and weekend session, in order to provide opportunity to the student to look for job, to make income to support their study. They do not need to depend fully on their parents. And the fourth one, linking institution to enterprises. The institution should link. Yeah, sorry. Should build strong relationship with private enterprises to seek opportunity for students to obtain income while they are studying. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for Dr. Professor, and also the participant in our conference today. So it's time for
Thank you very much
Thank you
for the presentation, though you have exceeded the time a lot, but I did not stop you because you were presenting with all enthusiasm, right? But in future, we all try to kindly keep our own self within that stipulated time that is given to us. All right,
Thank you.
Dr. Donan, if you may kindly have your questions because I'm a co-author in this paper. So I would kindly request you to start. Thank you.
Sure, Prof. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. My first question is, what motivated you to focus on the dropout rates of undergraduate students at this particular institute, and also specifically to Karate Provincial main campus?
Why the reason why that I would like to do the research regarding to the student dropout intention at Asian Institute of Cambodia, the Karate Provincial the main campus, because we have through the annual report, and we see that the decline of the student dropout is so high. So we have to find out why the student the cause or the factor that make them want to drop out. So it is the best way that we can find the good resolution to deal with the student intention. If they would, whether they want to drop out or not. Yeah, thank you.
So next question is, how do the dropout rates at this particular Karate Provincial main campus compared to other campuses of Asian Institute of Cambodia, if you're comparing with other institutions?
Actually, we have not, doctor. Actually, we have not compared yet, but we have the annual report for the other campuses. So the main campus is so high. Is so high for the annual report we have. So that we have to that is the reason why on my the researcher we focus stay focused fully on the main campus first. Yeah. Thank you.
So, you have listed, you are studying several factors, right?
Yeah.
Personal factors. So what is the main factor that you have identified in your study?
The main through the research, so the result of the research or the finding, we found that the main finding that I found for the factor that make the student drop out is the financial pressures, financial issues. Financial issues. So the student they drop out of AIC because of the financial problem. So they cannot afford themselves and their study. Yeah. Thank you.
These are some of the questions that I had. I want to make a suggestion actually. Now, you have done just the basic analysis, in your study, right? It's
Yeah,
just the basic analysis you have done. So, when you're going for publication, it is expected that you do a more detailed and comprehensive analysis of the data that you've collected. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
using SPSS, or you can use Smart PLS or AMOS. So, actually that will strengthen the validity of your findings. So, that is my suggestion.
Yeah, yes, thank you, my doctor. I will try to add more some data and also the statistic data. Thank you.
All the best to you.
Thank you.
Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dona, for the insightful information. And thank you very much for the presenter as well. So now we are moving on from Cambodia to our next paper presenter, who is from China. And it's going to be Zhu Liang, and he's going to present on the impact of ESG information disclosure of listed companies in Guangdong, China, on financing constraints based on moderating effect of board secretary incentives. So over to you for your presentation, Julian. And please note that you will have 10 minutes to make the presentation. All the best to you.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you loud and clear. All the best.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Shifu. Good afternoon, Dr. Tuna. And my name is Zhu Liang. I'm come from Nanning, Guangxi, China. And my people title is the is impact of ESG disclosure on financing constraints of raised companies in Guangdong, China.
Can
The
you share
moni-
the screen, please? Can you share your screen, your PowerPoint?
Sure. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Can you see the screen?
Yes, coming up.
Okay.
Okay, just enlarge it and start it. Thank you.
Okay. And my paper title is the impact of the ESG disclosure on financing constraints of large companies in Guangdong, China. The moderating slow of 4 secretary-based incentive. First part is the introduction. ESG is a collection of major factors of environment, societies, and corporate governance. It's a new concept that focuses on corporate environment, social responsibility, and corporate governance performance instead of focusing on financial imposition. Guangdong, as the window of Chinese reform and opening up, has nurtured a number of high-tech enterprise and manufacturing leaders, which is a unique economic advantage and status. These companies are not only propellers of regional economic development, but also play a pivotal roles in environmental protection and social responsibilities. Therefore, their performance in ESG disclosure directly relates to the cost of corporate capitals and brand image. The ESG disclosure of large companies in Guangdong not only provides investors with an important reference for assessing the comprehensive value of companies, but also set a benchmark for companies in other regions and promotes the development of the entire capital markets in greener, more transparent, and sustainable this direction. Background. First one is pressing challenge with the vigorous development of the economic and society. Environmental problems such as resource scarcities and ecological degradations have emerged one after another. Third, in this context, the ESG concept has repeatedly emerged and influence continues to explain globally promoting coordinating developments of environment, societies, and governance, and jointly promoting economics and social harmonies has become an international consensus. The overall development of ESG in China started later than in Europe and United States. ESG as a core component of green finance has gradually received attention. In addition to the construction and development of the domestic ecological civilization, China leveraged the dual carbon goals to leverage ESG investments, and the market is gradually entering a new stage of rapid growth from its infancy. Scope of the research. Despite the continuous developments and improvements of China's capital market, these companies have encountered financing constraints due to the persistence of information asymmetries and other problems. In view of the increasing attention paid by investors and regulators of ESG information, high quality ESG disclosure helps to reduce difficulties of financial for these companies, enhance their market's competitiveness, and promote sustainable developments of the company. Literature reviews. The literature reviews sections contains a lot of contents, including relevant literature from 2016 to 2023. Might includes the following parts. First, influence factors of ESG disclosure. Second, research on the internal environment. Third, impact consequence of ESG disclosure. Four, relates research on financing constraint. And five, relates research on board secretary incentive. And the last one is strategical foundation. Research objects. First one is to study the impact of ESG disclosure qualities on corporation finance constraints of risk companies in Guangdong, China. Second, to investigate the moderating effects of monetary compensation incentive for board secretaries on the relationship between ESG disclosure qualities and corporate finance and constraint of risk companies in Guangdong. The third is to study the monetary effects of equities incentive for board secretaries on the relationship between ESG disclosure qualities and corporate finance constraints of risk companies in Guangdong. Research questions. First one is, what is the impact of ESG disclosure qualities on corporate finance constraints of risk companies in Guangdong? Second, does monetary compensation incentive for board secretaries monitorate the relation between ESG disclosure qualities and corporate finance constraints of risk companies in Guangdong? Third one is, does the equities incentive of board secretaries moderate the relationship between ESG disclosure qualities and corporate finance constraints of risk companies in Guangdong? Research methodology, and this is the concept framework of my study. Research hypotheses have three hypotheses. The first one is there is a negative correlation between the qualities of ESG information disclosure of Guangdong risk companies and their financial constraints. The second one is the monetary compensation incentive for board secretaries have a negative moderating effects on negative correction between the quality of ESG information disclosure and corporate financing constraints of Guangdong risk company. The first one is the equities incentive for board secretaries have the positive moderating effects on the negative corrections between the qualities of ESG information disclosure and operating financial constraints of Guangdong risk companies. This study sample selections and data source. This study focused on A-share list companies in Guangdong province, collecting relevant data from 2020 to 2022, all of which are shown from the Guotaian database to ensure the accuracy and reliability of the simple data and improve the quality of the research. The data will be processed as follows. First, includes the list companies in the financial industries as their financial structure differ significantly from other industries. Exclude companies in special treatment, XD status, and potential problematic companies as their financial conduction may be unstable. Exclude 28 companies with service mixings or incomplete data to a wide space in research results caused by data loss. Finally, a total of 792 list companies in Guangdong were selected as data collection sample. And this is my very names and description. A lot of content, so I just skip example. Just like the SA, the SA index is used to measure the financial constraints of list firms. The SA index proposed by Hablocks and Pears 2010 is constructed based on the size of the firms and the age of the firms. The SA index is usually negative, and the smaller is original value, or the larger is the absolute value. The higher the degrees of financial constraints for the enterprise. The specific explanation for other values are described in data in my paper, but due to the time constraints, I will not elaborate further here. And data analyze. Pearson's correlation tests will be used primarily to test the correlation between the variables and shows in the table correlation conceptions mastery. Yeah. Data analyze and control variable model analyze. Before analyzing the effect model, a single variable ESG disclosed qualities was used to measure the impacts on financing constraints, with the aim of discovering the financing constraints of value-list companies in Guangdong under the influence of single explanatory variables and comparing it with the subsequent multivariate effect model. According to the regressions results, ESG information disclosed a significantly negative correlate with corporation financing constraints, with T status of 3.87, indicating that for every unit increase in ESG scope, corporate financing constraints decreased by an average of 0.062 unit. The constraints term is 3.840, and the T status is the 56.02, indicating that is the absence of the other values. The average value of the corporate financing constraint index is 3.840. And model one analyze. Model one is the benchmarks regressions of the effects models, and after acting other control variable, the negative relations between ESG disclosure and correct financial constraint increase and significant is with T status of 6.63. The data results indicate that under influence many variables, the qualities of corporate ESG disclosure help to alleviate the financing constraints of the enterprise. Therefore, and the opposite fund is established. And next step is the model 2 and model 3 analysis. And after this analysis, hypothesis 2 is proved. And this is the first part of the regressions result of monetary incentive adjustments effects of force secretary. This is the another part. And model 4 and model 5 analysis, and then can indicate the Hobson's 3 is proved. Summary of findings. A sample of a share list companies in Guangdong between 2020 and 2022 is selected for the studies. Through literature reviews, theoretical analysis, and hypotheses, a model with individuals and time fixed effects constructed to empirically investigates the intrinsic relationship between ESG disclosed qualities and corporate financing constraints, as well as the moderating effects of the incentive on board secretary. Construction. The research is articles indicates that ESG information disclosed can significantly reduce financing constraints and improving the financing capacities and efficiency of enterprise, and equity incentive for board secretaries can further enhance the mitigating effects of ESG information disclosures on financing constraints. The second one is these conclusions are important theoretical and practical significance for promoting the strengthening of ESG information disclosure by listed companies in China, optimizing the incentive mechanisms for board secretaries, and promoting sustainable development of enterprise and healthy development of the capital market. Conclusion. After regular data analysis and modern testing, the paper draws the following conclusions. The negative correlations between ESG disclosures qualities and operations if financing constraints of these companies in Guangdong suggest that higher quality ESG disclosure can effectively reduce corporate financing costs and constraints. Monetary compensations incentive for board secretaries negative risk moderates the negative relationship between ESG disclosed qualities and corporate financing constraints of these companies in Guangdong. 3. The equities incentive for board secretaries positively moderates the negative relationship between ESG disclosed qualities and corporate financing constraints of these companies in Guangdong. Recommendations. Based on the basic requirements of higher qualities development, the government should promote the embedding of ESG concepts into the whole society and whole industry. Employers the path of sustainable development adapts to China's nation condition. The market should be encouraged to improve the ESG investments ecosystems and from synergies to promote the optimal allocations of resource, which is extremely important for alleviating the financial constraints of enterprise. The 3 is enterprise should attach great importance to reasonable incentive for disclosure personnel and build a set of scientific and comprehensive incentive mechanisms to encourage disclose personnel to disclose ESG information on time, accurate and complete in accordance with the regulatory requirement. Instead, industry standards and experience of leading companies so as to adapt to event changes regulatory environment, meets the market's requirements for ESG disclosure, and provides powerful support of sustainable development of the enterprise, strong support for sustainable environment of enterprise. Thank you. That is all my research.
Thank you for the presentation. Okay. May I kindly request, I'm very glad to see Prof. Sulu is here on the platform. Welcome, Prof. I don't know if Prof wants to give any input to this paper because it's very close to Prof's topic these days, ESG. Prof.
Okay, I don't want to give an input to a paper that I've not heard from the beginning. It's not
Okay.
fair to the paper presenter. But I would love to look at his paper.
Okay, thank
Before
you
it
for
goes for
thorough,
publication.
Professor.
Yeah, I would love to look at your paper because this is a topic that we were just talking about earlier on as well. I was outside at another conference and we were talking about ESG. So I would
Yes.
love to look at your paper before you
Thank
send it
you.
for publication because I can't comment on a paper that I didn't listen to from the beginning. It's not fair. Okay?
True.
Okay.
Sure, ma'am. We'll send the paper to ma'am to have a look.
Yeah, please do. And how many more? How have you done so far, Prof. Asif?
For day 2, we have just completed now the 6 papers. So we have got another 10 to go for today.
You got
So
another 10 to go. Okay.
Okay.
If you need, I can send my paper to you, Professor Solo.
I have the paper. I will forward.
Oh,
to you.
yeah.
Please forward that to me.
I will forward that.
Prof. Asif.
Okay. Sure, I will.
Yeah, because the paper actually belongs to the conference.
Yes.
Right? Once you present at the conference, unless you withdraw
Okay.
the paper, these are the rules that you all have to know. Like when you present a paper at a conference, unless you pull it out, it belongs to the conference. You're given by presenting at the conference, you're given the conference organizers the right to your paper. And then when it comes to publishing, it's your choice. If you don't want to publish with us, then you can always say, no, I don't want to publish. I want to do something else. But I think it's good for you to publish with us because we get it into Scopus journals, which you won't on your own. And then later on, like your area is ESG, so you can always publish other papers in the ESG journals because this is like the new trends. I'm glad to hear that people are looking at new things, not the same old, you see. So now you're looking at ESG, it's a very hot topic, okay? And your thesis will be very relevant when you find it. Okay, good.
Okay.
I'm looking
Thank
forward
you.
to read as many papers as I can before I leave. You've got another 16 more to go.
10 more
Please
for
carry on.
today. Yeah. 10 more for
Thank
today.
you.
10 more to go. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll go off the camera, but I'm here. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Julia. So, all the way from China. Now we are going to our next paper presenter, and it's going to be in Zimbabwe. And it's going to be examining the impact of common law on job security in Zimbabwe's private sector legal insight and employees' perspective by Sangarai Taure. Are you able to hear me, Sangarai? You may kindly switch on the camera, please, Sangarai, so we can see you.
Yes. Hello, Prof. Can you see me now?
Yes, partially we can see you. I'm seeing the backdrop at the moment, but yes, you may start, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon from Zimbabwe. I'm going to present my paper, examining the impact of common law application on job security in Zimbabwe's private sector legal insights and employees' perspective. The introduction. Employment provides livelihoods of citizens, social status, economic and political stability, thereby providing peace to the nation. Zimbabwe inherited common law as a colonial legacy from Britain and went on to domesticate it in the national constitution. The common law is a judge-made law that would be used in the future cases as precedents. Its origins are from feudalism and slavery, where the employee has no or very limited rights. Its application is based on the legal theory that views law as given, be it fair or unfair, for as long as it is enforced by the state. The application of common law violates the separation of power doctrine, whereas the legislator in normal circumstances have got the duty to make laws, and the judiciary has to interpret the law, and the executive has to implement the law. The background. The background to this study is triggered by an issue where over 3,000 Zimbabwean employees had their employment contract terminated on notice with no reasons and no compensation, following a landmark judgment that was based on common law precedents, commonly known as the Zua judgment. Zimbabwean private sector employees, except specified in the constitution, could have their contract of employment terminated on notice, and that posed a serious threat on job security for the whole nation. At the time of the study, the unemployment rate in Zimbabwe was 95, and that meant that dismissed employees could not easily get alternative employment. That continued termination on notice of so many employees in Zimbabwe created an industrial crisis. It constituted a serious upset on public policy, to the extent that Parliament had to sit, as reflected in the parliamentary report answered 20 August 2015. The scope of the research is focused on the impact of common law application on private sector organizations in Zimbabwe who are governed by the Labour Act, and did not focus on civil servants who have got a different act that governs the labor issues, the Public Service Act. The literature review. The literature review was categorized into theoretical categories. The literature that looked at the law, natural law theory that focused on the morality and fairness of social justice, which is the theory that seriously underpinned this study. It also looked at the positivist law theory, which advocates that law is law as given. So fair or unfair, it remains law. It is blind to color or feelings. It also looked, the literature that was reviewed also looked at the Marxist law theory. The Marxist law theory argues that law is a tool that is used by an elite class as a tool of oppression to suppress movement of class, so that the lower class would not achieve the capitalist state. The realistic law theory, it advocates that law is what is given by the judges. Its argument is that legislator may come up with law and put it in statutes, but it remains dead law for as long as it is not interpreted or put to life with the judges. And the judges, as they interpret and operate, they've got the liberty to interpret what they want. And as a result, that the realist story argues that law is what the judges say. Research objectives: to examine the implication of common law application and job security of employees in the private sector in Zimbabwe, to evaluate the effectiveness of the application of common law as a labor dispute resolution mechanism in Zimbabwe, to analyze factors derived from common law that influence industrial harmony in the private sector organizations. And the research questions follows. They dovetail with the table objectives. The methodology. The study used the pragmatism research philosophy, where it used positivism and interpretivism. The study also used mixed research design. Should I go on, Prof? Hello,
Yes,
Prof?
please. Yes, please. Continue, please. Continue.
Thank you, Prof. I continue. The study used mixed research method design, that is both quantitative and qualitative research method, and tools that were used for such data collection were questionnaire, face-to-face interviews, and in-depth interviews from informed responses were determined by the saturation. Focus group of 3 groups on targeted unit of analysis were used. The data analysis was done using, for quantitative bit, SPSS, and qualitative thematic themes. The summary of findings. Common law effects on job security. The major finding to this study is that employees are the weak partner in the contract of employment and is therefore very vulnerable. The common law process of achieving justice in the labor market is very, very expensive, financially draining and time consuming. The employee could not afford the legal fees and other related costs, and that exposes the employees to serious vulnerability. The common law, by its nature, as it is drawn from the past, it has serious bias towards employers who happen to draft the contract of employment, who happen to discipline the employee, has the financial muscle to sustain the case up to the Supreme Court, which is the final court of appeal. The common law itself lacks morality. It doesn't have feelings. It doesn't look at social justice. It treats labor as a cost of production and not humans. It throws employees into poverty through dismissals driven by judgment passed elsewhere. It creates disharmony at workplace. It eliminates dialogue, creates suspicion, mistrust, and increases dysfunctional conflict. This threatens job security. Employees' contract of employment could be terminated on notice without giving reasons nor compensation. That's disregarding the retrenchment statutory laws. In particular, the Zimbabwean settings, it really plunges the nation into poverty and unhappiness. The plight of workers in turn affected the dependents, and that fueled the unemployment. The contribution. The study raised the need for law to change with times, not to be stuck to the medieval ghost of precedents. Contemporary law should consider employees as human capital. Recommendations. The study recommends the use of alternative dispute resolution and negotiated dispute settlements. It also recommended the creation of labor division within the Supreme Court, which considers employee circumstances and feeling. The Supreme Court is the court of final appeal. And currently at the moment, the cases mix up as they go to the Supreme Court, the criminal cases and the labor cases, and therefore issues will be treated on beyond reasonable doubt when they go to a Supreme Court. That really affects the circumstances of employees. Establishment of industrial labor centers like elsewhere in other countries to separate labor disputes from criminal cases, to enact more statutes law that replace negative common law, and of course, use of ICT technologies for e-case management to expedite conclusion of labor cases on time. My conclusion, job security is critical to the national stability and peace. Job security develops the nation. Therefore, it should be looked at diligently, and it's very critical and very important. I rest my case. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Right. Okay, Dr. Donna, may I kindly request you to start? Thank you.
Sure, Prof. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Ture. My first question is, may I know why did you focus on the private sector rather than including both sectors, private and public sector?
The first logical reason was to delimit my study, because if it was to use that because it is a national scope. So one, already there's segmentation of these two sectors. One sector, the public sector, is controlled by the Public Service Act, and the private sector is controlled by Labor Act. So the focus, therefore, was to look at the private sector, and in most cases, this is where capitalism is at play, and as a result, it reflects the underpinning industrial relations.
The next question is regarding the respondents for your study. You mentioned 400 respondents.
Yes.
Okay, may I know how you have selected the respondents for your study?
Okay, the study is I looked at the 25 companies that were listed on the Victoria Stock Exchange, and this company had a total population of over 3,000. And thereafter, I used the Rosoft method to find out my minimum respondent, and therefore I came up with 400. 400 was meant for organizations, 25 of them, and each company I thereafter distributed the 16 of the questionnaires to each company, and the return rate came to about 340.
So, when you're doing your publication, please be a little bit more detailed on how you choose these 25 companies, and also on how did you determine the sample size, and how you came up with 400 respondents. You need to be a little more detailed on that aspect.
I'm advised, ma'am.
Okay.
I have a couple of comments, if that's okay, if Dr. Donna has finished.
Yes, Prof. Yes, Prof.
Yeah, I just have a couple of actually questions for the paper presenter. My first question is, do you all have arbitration courts?
No. We don't have arbitration courts. We have got an arbitrator who can be appointed by the Ministry of Labor.
Okay. And do you have industrial courts?
No, Prof. Zulu.
Or no industrial courts, no arbitration courts. So what is your recommendation regarding the law that governs private sector? Because a lot of it is left to the interpretation of judges, if I heard you correctly. And so what is your recommendation?
Thank you, Prof. Zulu. My recommendation is I've actually come up with a model where the emphasis is on alternative dispute resolution, so that there is involvement of employees from shop floor to the National Employment Councils, rather than to let the case go to Supreme Court. And also, like how we have asked Prof. Zulu, to also have industrial centers, labor centers, where these will be like tribunals that will look into labor matters which have got feelings, which have got circumstances that are peculiar to criminal issues.
Okay, this legal practice, is it just peculiar to Zimbabwe, or is it quite common in the rest of South Africa, or either in South Africa or in Zambia? Do they have similar laws, or is it just very unique to Zimbabwe?
It is like across in Southern Africa, but like in South Africa, Prof. Zulu, they've come up with a commission that looks at the labor issues apart from them going to the Supreme Court. But most of the Southern African countries that had been colonized by Britain have got these leaguers of common law, which they use for on dispute resolutions. But other countries like South Africa, as you have asked, they have now progressed to the extent that they've come up with commission that looks into the labor matters independently.
Right, because like even in the UK, they have common law, but that is not for labor disputes, but that is more for to govern relationships between males and females who are cohabiting without a marriage, you see. And the common law actually protects any kind of assets that have been accumulated. So the thing is that you cannot can you bring about a constitutional reform for this common law?
I hope this noise coming from these studies will definitely influence the need for constitutional reform, so that probably we deal away with common law completely.
Yes, and if you do that, you'll be one of our very successful students who has managed to bring about a constitutional reform based on your study. It'll be fantastic. Okay, so work hard at it.
Thank you, Prof. Sul. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much,
Prof. Asif.
Thank you, Prof, for the example. Indeed, it's going to be a great milestone for the school as well.
It'll be fantastic. With great milestone, you see, if you can bring about constitutional reform, it's just something else. I mean, a lot of PhD students have done it.
Yes.
I mean, not in binary, but in other parts of the world, they've done through their studies, they've managed to bring about constitutional reform because they've got enough evidence to prove that whatever exists doesn't work.
Yeah.
So you'll be our prize student, okay?
Thank you, Prof. Sul.
Okay, thank you very much, Turai, for that presentation. Now we are still in Zimbabwe.
Thank you.
Our next paper presenter is going to speak about an investigation into causes and remedies of occupational frauds in Zimbabwe's commercial banking sector. Case of FBC Bank Limited by Barnabas Vera. Barnabas, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Prof. Thank you very much.
Most welcome.
Very good morning to Zimbabwe, afternoon Malaysia and China. I will try to go ahead and share my screen.
Yes, please do. And I have 10 minutes. No.
I don't know whether you can see my screen now.
Not yet.
Oh, okay. I don't know why it's refusing to share. Can you see it now?
No, we cannot see. I'm sorry. Maybe what you can do, perhaps you can just WhatsApp me the PPT immediately, so I can share it from the side.
Okay.
Yeah, just on my WhatsApp, immediately you do it. Okay, we can, no, we don't see. We can only see yourself. No, we're only able to see.
I have it on email, but not on my WhatsApp. So it will take a bit of. Maybe, Prof, I can allow the next presenter, and then we'll exchange so that I don't waste time.
Okay, fine.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay.
So that I can send you in the meantime.
Yeah, in meantime, you send it to my WhatsApp. All right.
Yes.
Fine. So we are still in Zimbabwe at the moment. Our next paper presenter is going to speak about the effect of sources of funding on the performance of Zimbabwe's state universities, insights from administrators by Edwin Mugodza. Are you able to hear me, Edwin?
Yes, Prof. Let me share the screen. Good morning from Zimbabwe. Good afternoon in Malaysia. Iri power disk too. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
All right.
Let's start.
Thank you, Professor. Good morning, I said once again from Zimbabwe, and good afternoon in Malaysia. All protocols observed. My name is Adrien Mugodza, and the title of my paper is Assessment of. Oh, Can I present this one? This one was for tomorrow.
Okay, so you want to present the assessment of moderating influence of universities' policies on the relationship between university modes of funding. Okay, please go ahead, Edwin. Okay.
All right. As an introduction, universities are institutions of higher learning that propels major development in the country through innovation, research, and also industrialization. And universities have got some policies that governs the processes at universities, which are student data, management budgets, research policies, and this influence universities how they utilize the funds. Policies promote transparency and accountability in financial management, thereby enhancing the efficient use of resources and promote value for money. University performance were measured through Education 5.0, which translates into teaching and learning, research, community service, innovation, and industrialization. The impact of funding on this matrix, moderated by university policies, influences the operational performance of the universities. Zimbabwe universities have been undergoing significant transformation in the recent years with increasing emphasis on this Education 5.0. However, their performance in these 5 matrices are a cause of concern as compared to global counterparts and also international universities. As a background of the study, there have been a decline in funding for research and these other fundamentals, with the result that universities are seeking new modes of funding and being moderated by university policies and a new basis for the support as highlighted by growth. The scope of the study is the research was carried in Zimbabwe from 2018 to 2023, and the research adopted a mixed method approach. The literature review, the following authors research on the impact of funding on academic performance and exploratory of 2 South African universities, and the results highlighted that it is possible to find a negative relationship with performance. Also in 2023, there were authors who studied moderating role of funding on the management control system and performance of universities. And the study therefore concludes that the fund available to the public universities is not sufficient to moderate the management control element positively to enhance the much expected performance. Also, L Group in 2017 studied the effects of funding policies on academic research, and the study found out that academic research today is being pulled in competing directions due to pressures to satisfy the requirements of both research excellence framework and today's impact agenda. These moderating variables under university policies, which were data policy, financial regulations, and university policy, and the PPP, which is public, private, and partnership, they had some limited literature. Further, this limited literature research exists on how university policies moderate the relationship between modes of funding and operational performance. The primary objective of this study is to assess the moderating influence of university policies on the relationship between public universities and modes of funding and its operational performance. The research objective, specific one, number one, is to establish the public university modes of funding in Zimbabwe, and also to analyze the moderating effect of university policies on the university funding and on university operational performance. There were two research questions, which are, what are the public university modes of funding in Zimbabwe, and to what extent do university policies moderate the relationship between university modes of funding and its operational performance? The research methodology was a mixed method approach, which is triangulation, then quantitative approach using questionnaire employing stratified random sampling in 10 public universities in Zimbabwe, and also collection of primary data through qualitative studies was done through interviews of senior managers. Also, the quantitative data was collected through questionnaire with a 5 Likert scale research structured questionnaire, which was to achieve a better understanding and describe the relationship between the two variables and their characteristics. Quantitative data was analyzed using SPSS version 26 through structural equation modeling, and NVivo and MS Word was used to analyze qualitative data. The summary of findings: university policy, financial policy and regulations promote transparency, encouraging investment and donations, and the findings show that most of the respondents agreed, as they had more than 56% response rate in agreement, and very few people disagreed. The university standard operating procedure improve quality at the university, thereby promoting investments and donations. Most of the respondents agreed, as they portrayed more than 67% response rate. The student data policy encouraged students to pay fees in time, also had a positive perception. Most people, more than 50%, agreed. The university research policy encouraged researchers to look for funding. Also, more people disagreed on this one. And also the university policy had clear policy that promotes the public-private partnership, which is CCC. Most people showed that they were in agreement with that notion. The mixed method approach was used in this study, which both rich qualitative and quantitative data were collected using interviews and questionnaire. Using a comprehensive literature review and analysis of primary data, the study revealed that university policies and regulations moderate the relationship between the university modes of funding and operational performance. The recommendation of the study is that the public universities in Zimbabwe should craft well-defined university policies and regulations which enhance smooth flow of activities, thereby enhancing the operational performance of Education 5.0. The government should not interfere with the university policies like the student data policy and the triple P. It should give the universities autonomy to do that themselves. This research also recommended that the universities should engage in viable public-private partnerships guided by sound policy to raise funds, since at the moment few policy documents exist in universities to guide these triple Ps, except the government guide on the triple P. The study also recommended that universities should strive to ISO certify by having standard operating procedures. This puts the universities on an international map, thereby competing globally, especially for students. In conclusion, the study adopts a relatively unexplored perspective of assessing the moderating effects of universities' policies between modes of funding and its operational performance. Standard operating procedures improve quality at the university, thereby promoting investment, donations, and also student enrollment, even in the international arena. The majority of respondents believed that the university's financial policies and regulations promote transparency and accountability. As much as the university compels students to pay fees and to pay 100% fees on registration, but so many students fail to comply due to economic hardships, and the university end up accepting payment plan. And also there is an interference from the government to accept students even if they don't pay anything. Not much was done on triple Ps because of red tape in the government, which makes it difficult to implement, resulting in universities not benefiting much from that policy. The research policy discouraged researchers to source funds for research, while others were saying it encourages it, as it attracts, most of the research policies attracts a 10% to 15% administration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation, Edwin. Okay. One thing I want to ask to you, first of all, you are talking about the public-private partnership, right? So,
Yes.
how does the public-private partnership really assist on the policy making of this fund management in the universities?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Asif. Public-private partnership assist in the policy making because the universities should have their own public-private partnership policy so that they can deal with those people, those investors who would want to invest at the universities. They should have their own policy, not just to rely on what the government is in their policy.
Okay, so what are the main source of funding from the private sector, for you could say, in the university?
From the private universities.
No, I'm saying for a public sector university, what are the different
Okay.
sources of private funding?
Okay, the private sector can contribute to the university through maybe infrastructure development. The universities need the private sector to venture into mostly infrastructure development so that the infrastructure at universities will be adequate for the university to run well.
Okay. How successful is this PPP model in the public sector of Zimbabwe?
It is not very much successful because there is more of government intervention, and usually it is the government which defines the pace, not the university itself. So I was recommending that if the government can give autonomy to the universities to have their own PPP policies, they will go a long way to in assisting, especially in the infrastructure development of universities.
Okay, fine. Prof. Sulu, anything that you may want to?
Yes, I was listening with great interest to Adrian's presentation, and there are experiences of public universities in Malaysia. There are various ways of doing this to bring in the private sector. One is infrastructure. Okay, if you drive around one of the oldest public universities in Malaysia, you will see buildings named after prominent business people, and they have actually contributed to building to contribute to the infrastructure of the university. You cannot expect the private sector to build roads for the university, but they will build buildings, and they will also contribute to libraries where you have a section, maybe a law library or a medical library named after a prominent private sector individual. That's one way. The second way, because you're talking about getting funding for research. Okay, the other way is to get funding for a chair, for an academic chair in a university, which is actually funded by either the corporate, or it's funded by some prominent individuals, where they fund the setting up of a center. And there are various models that actually exist in Malaysian public universities, where they actually contribute to setting up centers and chairs named after them. So that's one, another possibility. A third possibility is for the university, because if you expect the government to give autonomy to the university to do its private business, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, because just like all the other countries that have been British colonies, etc., it doesn't happen. But what a lot of universities have done, they've got a private arm. They have a holding company. And with that holding company, I mean, all the major public universities in Malaysia have a holding company. It could translate as a school, which is a private entity, or it could translate as you have a holding company where you're allowed to do business, with the board members some of them coming from the private sector completely, and some coming from the university, to ensure what happens. So that is the different models, which I think, Adrian, before you finally conclude your thesis, it's actually worth looking at models of not privatizing a university. If you privatize a part of it, is fine. And if you want a PPP model, I wouldn't actually call it a PPP model. I'll call it a university private sector model, because PPP means government, really public. The public is government. And there are many, many versions of it, Adrian, that you can actually look at it. And I think that can be some things that maybe Zimbabwe can actually look at and adopt. And of course, the other thing that there's a lot of money is for research. For pure research from the private sector. There's plenty of money for research from the private sector. Okay, I'll just stop there with that, because we've got many more papers to go.
Thank you, Prof, for that insightful.
Thank you, Prof. Sulu.
Thank you, Adrian, for the presentation. So all the best to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All
Right. We now return to Barnabas Vera, who's talking about an investigation into causes and remedies of occupational frauds in Zimbabwe's commercial bank sector, a case of FBC Bank Limited. Barnabas, would you be able to share from your end, or will I help assist?
It seems to be still failing to share from this side.
Okay, no worries.
If you can.
No worries. Yeah, I'll ask my team to them. What can we? Okay, you may start.
Thank you very much. A good afternoon, Malaysia and China. Good morning, Zimbabwe. The topic today is an investigation into the causes of occupational frauds in Zimbabwe's commercial banking sector. And a case in point is FBC Bank. Thank you. By way of introduction, occupational fraud is a significant threat to financial stability of commercial banks in Zimbabwe. And at a worldwide scale, you will find that a study done by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners in 2022 revealed that 5% of revenue across the globe is lost through frauds. And Zimbabwe is not anywhere lower than that as well. If you look at Africa, and if you then go down to Zimbabwe and then go down to the particular case study, you found that a significant amount of revenue was being lost through frauds. The study is based on Zimbabwe, which by way of background is a landlocked country. It's currently being served by 14 commercial banks. The country did transition from a hyperinflationary environment to dollarization. In other words, starting to use US dollar as the main currency. Then again, the local currency was reintroduced in 2019. But the current situation is that there's a basket of currencies that is being used. All currencies, the rand, the pound, the US dollar are in use. But you'll find that US dollar is the more commonly used one. Recently, there's been a new currency that has been introduced, which is called Zimbabwean Gold, ZIG. It's also working amongst the basket of currencies. But the main currency of trade, you will find that most transactions are happening in United States dollars. The banking sector itself has increased in technological advancement, including the introduction of electronic commerce and banking products over the last decade. The state of technology in Zimbabwe, we could say it's medium. It's not too advanced, but at the same time, it's not well behind as well. Satisfactory services to clients, but also there's a bit of vulnerability to frauds, because you will find, as I go through in the study, that fraudsters are taking advantage of technological advancement as well. So in terms of statement of the problem, the escalating incidence of occupational frauds within the Zimbabwe commercial banking sector since 2013, which has been evidenced by media reports, law enforcement records, and the expressed concerns of regulatory bodies such as the central bank and the law enforcement agencies, necessitates a comprehensive investigation into the underlying causes of this phenomena, and obviously with the objective of then coming up with the remedies to ensure that this scourge is limited. Because saying to be eliminated is probably far-fetched, but to at least manage it to manageable levels. So by examining the case of FBC Bank, which is a representative of commercial banks in the country, this study aims to identify the specific factors contributing to occupational frauds in this sector, and also then develop effective countermeasures to mitigate its occurrence. By way of introduction, again, and background, maybe we need to define what occupational fraud is, because fraud is a very wide subject. This study was specifically dealing with occupational fraud. The Association of Certified Fraud Examiners defines occupational fraud as the use of one's occupation or job, if you like, for personal enrichment through the deliberate misuse or misapplication of employing organizations' resources or assets. It encompasses three main types, which is asset misappropriation, direct theft of company resources, corruption like bribery and extortion, and also financial statement fraud, which is the intentional misstatement in financial reports. But this study was focusing mainly on asset misappropriation. In terms of the scope of the research, it focuses on FBC Bank Limited as a case study, examining occupational fraud within the commercial banking sector in Zimbabwe.
the period of study, we looked at 2013 to 2022. The reason being from 2013 up to this period, that's when the upsurge or the spike of frauds was observed from statistics being shared by law enforcement agents and the courts, covering the period of economic stabilization and also technological advancement. The causes of fraud, occupational frauds, and exploration of the effectiveness of remedies of preventing and detecting frauds are within scope of the study. At the end of the study, I then proposed a model for remedies of combating occupational frauds using insights that had come from the study. In terms of literature review, we explored theories spanning from 1890s to really find what were always the traditional causes of frauds. So we looked at theories which assisted in highlighting how frauds evolved and attempts to prevent it. We looked at the anomie theory of the 1890s, theory of differential association, the fraud triangle, fraud scale, fraud diamond, the ABC, and the mice models. If you look at, for example, the fraud, I'll look at the fraud scale just in brief, the fraud triangle, sorry, just in brief, because others seemed to have been based mainly on that one. This is a theory by Dr. Donald Creasy in 1953, who argued that for fraud to occur, there has to be three elements. One of the elements is pressure. In other words, there should be pressure on the would-be fraudsters to commit fraud. An example of pressure is a financial need. And then there also has to be opportunity. In other words, if a person is dealing in cash, for example, in a bank teller deals in cash on a daily basis. So they have an opportunity because they are looking at the cash, they have the cash with them, and they can be tempted to commit a fraud. And then the third element that was looked at in terms of the triangle is rationalization. Rationalization, these are simple justifications or things that happen in the fraudster's mind that makes them justify what they are doing. For instance, one can even take money and convince themselves in their mind that they are only borrowing. Indeed, they will bring back the money after a week. In other words, they are justifying that they are not doing anything wrong. They are taking the money, but they'll bring it back. But still, when you look at it, it's fraud because you have not been authorized to do so. We did look at as well at more contemporary fraud theories, which included the expanded occupational fraud model by Moore in 2020, who also added another aspect of organizational culture, arguing that with a weak organizational culture, it can be looked at as a cause of fraud. Various gap analyses were drawn from the theories, the old theories and the contemporary ones, and a gap was also found that in terms of technology, maybe it wasn't being expounded on by these theories, and therefore it also inspired me to carry out the study. The theories were mostly premised on deprivation as a cause of fraud, which could not explain white-collar crimes, which is being committed by well-to-do upper-class citizens. For example, the anomie theory was arguing that people have to be poor for them to commit fraud. But we have seen that white-collar crime is being committed by people who are well-to-do and upper-class. There was no model as well in my research that was dealing specifically with causes of occupational frauds in commercial banks and also remedies specifically for that sector, which also encouraged me to carry out the study. Thank you. The issue of technological advancement and aiding fraud was critical, especially considering the 80-10-10 rule. The 80-10-10 rule, the source there acknowledges HW and Co. in 2007, argued that when you look at a group of people, any group of people, even people who are attending this conference, it argues that 10% of any group of people are 100% totally honest. There are people who are almost 0% likely to commit any fraud. That's just 10% of the people. And 10% are totally dishonest. These are people who go about looking for opportunities to commit a fraud. And then 80%, which is the majority, are situationally honest, meaning that it suggests that they may engage in unethical behavior depending on whether they are faced with sufficient pressure and opportunity to do so. So it means that a lot of people are incidental fraudsters. They are not born fraudsters. They then get pressurized, sometimes even peer pressure, and end up committing fraud. Then in terms of research objectives, the objectives of the study were to investigate the causes of occupational frauds in commercial banking sector in Zimbabwe, FBC Bank being a case in point, identify remedies to occupational fraud being used by commercial banks in Zimbabwe, and of course, evaluate them for effectiveness. And then, of course, to suggest improvements, which we then did when we did the research through proposal of a model for occupational fraud remedies in the commercial banking sector. And in terms of the research questions, number one, what are the causes of occupational frauds in the commercial banking sector in Zimbabwe? Number two, the remedies to these frauds being employed by commercial banks in Zimbabwe, and a bit of evaluation of that. And then also what model can be proposed for combating occupational frauds in the commercial banking sector. In terms of research methodology, the research paradigm was an approach that looked at a mixed approach, qualitative and quantitative. Data was collected through questionnaires, interviews were carried out, and document analysis of the particular institution or case study were carried out. We used thematic analysis to analyze the data, allowing us to organize qualitative data into homogeneous patterns for data interpretation. And the pilot study was also done of about 30, a sample of 30 questionnaires were tested prior to administration, which resulted in us then also adjusting the final questionnaire, because we noted that there were certain professional jargon and ambiguity that had to be cleared out. Participants to the pilot study were selected using a combination of stratified and simple random sampling techniques. We divided the bank into stratas, each strata being a department within the bank. Participants were then picked using simple random techniques. You will find that at this particular bank, everyone is trained as there is a philosophy there that everyone is a risk manager. Because of that philosophy, everybody is actually trained in how to prevent frauds. There are fraud awareness training and campaigns that happen. So it was easy for us to use everyone in all the departments as actually the population, and then strata them into the departments that also deal directly with frauds, like internal audit, like risk management, like operations, but also being aware that any other person can actually speak to the issue of frauds, because there is training in trying to raise awareness. The research design, like I said before, instrumental case study, FBC bank approach was deployed, sampling employed using a Sloven's formula to determine an acceptable sample size. Probability and non-probability sampling techniques were also employed to increase validity. Number of respondents was 110 out of a population of 430 employees. Probability sampling, like I've spoken to again, the main sampling techniques, simple, systematic, and stratified. Thank you. Then data analysis, the study anchored on FBC Bank Limited in Zimbabwe. It identified that commission of fraud in commercial bank sector has no specific age group or gender, because we were also interested in finding out whether fraud is much more prevalent in a specific age group or more prevalent by gender. We found that it played no major part in terms of the gender or age. The study also revealed that there were people who could just commit fraud without them being under pressure, which pressure was being talked about by the fraud triangle, but just that they found it easy to do. This was a surprise element of the study that we found, that there are people who indeed can commit a fraud because they're just simply finding it easy to do. Enabling technology due to advancement in technical world was cited as main external factor contributing to contemporary fraud, a factor that was not there in the old theories of enabling technologies. This phenomena was not covered in the existing literature of old and becomes an important contribution to the theory and practice of this study. Insights from the themes that were looked at through the thematic analysis revealed that artificial intelligence is not being fully utilized as a remedy to occupational fraud, despite its perceived effectiveness by the participants. Proper fraud governance structures and effective policies and procedures were noted to play a role in combating frauds, as well as people skills training and behavioral monitoring. And in terms of data analysis, we also separated between internal factors causing frauds and external factors. Amongst a vast of internal factors which are shown on that table, we found that the leading internal causes of frauds, including living beyond one's means. In other words, 93% of respondents actually agreed that living beyond one's means is a cause of fraud. Poor personal economic conditions, again 93%. Then greediness, which is a person is not necessarily living beyond one's means. A person is not necessarily in a poor economic conditions, because alternatives like acquiring a loan, for example, which is on very soft grounds in terms of interest rates, when one is an employee in the bank, some were found to still just commit fraud, and they will be coming from well-to-do families as well, which points to greediness as a cause of fraud. And then another one was one just finding the opportunity to do so. In terms of external factors, technological advancement. On technological advancement, not only did we find that it was an enabling factor in terms of the fraudsters themselves, but also fraudsters who especially are ex-employees of the bank will be privy to information about how the technology works in the bank, and they go outside and then come up with schemes to defraud the bank. There was also lack of coordination between banks and mobile network operators, who in Zimbabwe, mobile network operators are pushing a lot of volume in terms of transactions, and they are interacting with commercial banks as well. But they are not subject to the same stringent rules that banks are subjected to. For example, know your client, know your customer rules do not apply as strictly to mobile network operators, allowing some people to go in. Effectiveness of methods of preventing frauds, we found that tip-off systems emerged as the most effective tool in banks, accounting for about 38%, and then also followed by internal audit with 12%, IT controls 12%, and management checks. Even these were found to be effective, we then came up with a model which I proposed, which is the proposed B-Vera model for combating frauds in commercial banks. This came out from insights from the study, for example, effective policies and also artificial intelligence. Summary of findings: there was no prior model of fraud prevention specific to commercial banks. The study also highlights the need for a comprehensive fraud management model that addresses both internal and external factors, leveraging on technology, especially artificial intelligence. In this regard, the research proposes the B-Vera model for combating frauds in commercial banking sector. Like I said before, it's derived from insights from the study. Banks had weak systems, internal controls, and were being outclassed in some instances by fraudsters. There was lack of coordination between banks and mobile network operators, as I said before. Internal factors are as stated there, as previously looked at on the tables. Enabling advanced technology emerged as a top external cause of fraud. And also, ironically, emerging technology like artificial intelligence can be used to counter or to remedy that. Tip-off Anonymous, a highly effective system in detecting occupational frauds, followed by internal audit, IT, and management checks. Contribution of the study contributes to the already existing body of knowledge on frauds, but mostly now focusing more on the commercial banking sector. But because if you look at the existing body of knowledge, it concentrates on occupational frauds or frauds in general, but without being specific to a sector. This one was specific to commercial bank. So hopefully, if the proposed model is acceptable widely in the industry, it can then assist in the remedies. The study identified enabling technology as a contemporary factor causing frauds in commercial banks. Traditional theories on frauds were written in a period where this was not a factor and therefore was not expounded of. It identifies the unique challenges faced by banks in the country and proposes the new fraud combating model, the BVERA model for combating fraud, which offers a comprehensive approach to fraud prevention, deterrence, and detection. The model has practical implications for the banking sector. We took the liberty to actually test it and discuss it with senior executives at FBC Bank who have actually accepted it, and we now intend to also socialize it with the central bank. In terms of recommendations, the researchers made the following recommendations for commercial banks: use of advanced fraud fighting technology, artificial intelligence, which incorporate machine learning and deep learning, as seen on the BVERA model. Strict human resources onboarding techniques, background checks, and continuous monitoring, such as lifestyle audits of your own employees. Establishing governance structures to coordinate operations of banks and mobile network operations in Zimbabwe in particular, which is currently not being done. Central bank to play a more active role in coordinating efforts to address combating of frauds within the commercial banking sector, and the legislature and arms of government to come up with more punitive sentences on fraudsters, because in the research, in interviews, some people were saying the sentencing is not punitive enough, as you see some fraudsters coming back after being arrested within a short space of time, only to come back and start committing the same crimes again. And also, lastly, to recommend the implementation of the proposed BVERA model for combating frauds in the commercial banking sector. I thank you. In conclusion, the internal factors mainly contributing to causes of frauds include those ones that are stated there: enabling technology, a factor emerging as a cause, and also ironically can be used in terms of artificial intelligence to counter the same frauds. Current remedies for combating frauds are currently led by tip-off anonymous internal audit, IT controls, and management checks. And we are saying there is room for improvement. The improvement of these remedies is being proposed by the BVERA model of combating frauds. Implementing these strategies and proposed models can significantly assist in the fight against occupational fraud and help assist with reducing the 5% that we spoke about at the introduction. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Okay, so Dr. Dona, may I kindly request you, please? Yeah, thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. May I know, what is the reason for choosing FBC Bank for your study?
The reason why I chose FBC Bank for my study is that it's two-pronged. First and foremost, it's a typical representative of commercial banks in Zimbabwe, in that when you look at the ranking of banks by balance sheet size, it actually comes number 4 in the country in terms of its balance sheet size, in terms of its market share as well. It's around number 4 as well, number 3, number 4 in terms of market size. So it's a typical representative. And also it's representative in that it uses IT systems that are widely used by other banks as well. The bank that the system that it currently uses is called FlexiCube, and that FlexiCube is used by 7 other banks within the commercial banking sector out of the 14 banks. And then also, in addition, as a second reason, I'm actually a director at FBC Bank in charge of a group internal audit. So it was going to be easier for me to get the information, because if you are from outside and you are trying to get information of a bank, the tendency is that you face resistance, especially if you are talking about frauds. Banks will not be comfortable to share that kind of information. So I had to seek special permission from the Chief Executive Officer, who I acknowledge in the acknowledgement for allowing me to do this study, because most banks would be hesitant and would actually refuse to share statistics and details. That was the reason why I chose FBC Bank as a case study. Thank you.
What are there any anti-fraud measures which are currently in place at FBC Bank?
Yes, indeed. Like I was saying in the presentation, tip-off anonymous, which is being administered currently by an external company, Deloitte. It did emerge as a very effective way of combating frauds. Then there's also internal audit. It's involved in checks and balances to ensure that fraud is limited. And then there's also IT controls that are there, that are already programmed in the systems to try and stop frauds from happening or deter frauds from happening. Then there are also management checks. Management are encouraged to do reconciliations, etc. But you find that my study revealed that yes, they are there, and yes, they are working, but there is room for improvement. There is room for improvement to make it more effective. And this is where artificial intelligence or technology is coming in. There's very little use of it, not only at FBC Bank, but also in the industry at wide. Maybe because it's a new concept that is coming in, but you will find that when I made this recommendation, there are already moves that are being made to acquire a continuous monitoring tool. It's called ACL. It's robotics, it's artificial intelligence. It's a system that will monitor online every time that a transaction happens, whether there is a red flag, whether it's a usual transaction, whether it's a red flag for a fraud or not, and then also notify management. Thank you.
That's all from my side, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dona.
First, thank you very much, Dr. Dona. So we now move on to our next presenter, all the way from Zimbabwe. We move on to Sultanate of Oman. Our next presenter is going to speak about the relationship between higher education and employment, the case of Oman, by Faisal Al-Ofi. Faisal, you may start kindly. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Greetings to everyone. Let me just fix my... Hello, everyone. So as the professor stated, my title is The Relationship Between Higher Education and Employment, which is case of Oman. So in the introduction, I'm mentioning that education is an important keystone of sustainable growth, as well as essential in spreading awareness within the country. Higher education has gathered a significant position in developing the economy of Oman. For the government of Oman, the higher education system has been a fundamental concern and a motive for the communal and financial development of the nation. The higher education arrangement in Oman is young to a certain extent. In the various times, to get the higher education, the Omani students were used to go to international universities. And I'm talking about 80s. In the background, moreover, there are basically two main stages to which the education system of Oman has been gone through. The first was stated between 1970 and 1995. Imagine in 1970, in Oman, we had only 3 schools, and I'm not talking about universities and colleges, only schools. During this stage, the Omani government has focused its intention on increasing the capacity of education by establishing new schools in the country. Secondly, the government of Oman has put its effort on the excellence of education and its former students from the time when the declaration of Vision 2020 has passed. The scope of the research, the study is aimed at examining the relationship between higher education and employment in the Sultanate of Oman. Moving to literature review, according to some researchers, the issue of the relationship between higher education and employment has been giving importance for research purposes and policy making. Higher education is necessary for the development and success of any country. According to Harvey, he said that giving higher education does not mean that it lacks the required skills as various organizations. After taking interviews and tests, it was concluded that various highly educated people lack the required skills. So it is also a very useful factor to teach the skills accordingly. To increase the economic growth of Oman, everyone should do their roles at their level best. All of the basic personalities are responsible of the development of the country. So the main research objectives are to evaluate the role of higher education of Oman in producing skilled employment, and to analyze the challenges of Oman higher education to become more effective in producing skillful manpower. Moving to the questions. So what is the role of higher education of Oman in producing skilled employment? And what are the challenges of Oman higher education to become more effective in producing skillful manpower? In the research methodology, so in this research, qualitative method is used to effectively gain the results. Then the in-depth interviews and study of the journals, websites, books, and newspaper, etc., took place in regard to getting the knowledge about the research objectives. Excuse me, someone's microphone is on. Can you please mute your microphone? Okay. So 16 students were taken in-depth interviews and 11 employers in the private sector were considered, as that was the saturation point deemed by the researcher. In terms of data analysis, talking about education employment mismatch, so explore how the skills and qualifications provided by higher education institutions in Oman align or misalign with the demands of the job market. In terms of impact of higher education policies, analyze the role of governmental policies and initiatives in shaping the higher education landscape in Oman, particularly in terms of employment outcomes. And in terms of employer perception of graduates, investigated how employers in Oman perceive the graduates of local universities and colleges. So are they considered well prepared for the workplace? That's a question mark. Summary of the findings. A significant mismatch exists between the skills acquired by graduates in Omani higher education institutions and the demands of the local job market. The quality of higher education in Oman, including faculty qualifications, curriculum relevance, and access to internships, directly affect graduate employability. Government initiatives such as Oman Vision 2040 aim to improve the alignment between higher education outcomes and labor market needs by promoting vocational training and entrepreneurship. A significant proportion of graduates in Oman face unemployment or underemployment, particularly in fields with a surplus of graduates, such as humanities and social sciences. So my recommendations here are enhance curriculum alignment with industry needs. So it shouldn't be only academic. We also need to think about what are the main needs of the industry. Expand vocational and technical education pathways. Strengthen career guidance and counseling services. Promote entrepreneurship and innovation. Facilitate private sector involvement in education, which is very important because private sector knows what they are actually looking for. So obviously their participation will help the universities and colleges, the higher education, to improve their education. In conclusion, the relationship between higher education and employment in Oman reveals significant challenges, including skill mismatches, graduate unemployment, and underemployment. While efforts are being made to align educational outcomes with labor market demands, more needs to be done to ensure that graduates are adequately prepared for the evolving job market. Strengthening industry collaboration, expanding vocational education, and enhancing career guidance are critical steps toward bridging the gap. By addressing these issues, Oman can better equip its workplace, drive economic growth, and meet the ambitions of its national development strategies. So that's it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. So it's a good presentation of it. So in terms of your findings, if I say, Mr. Faisal, what is the number one finding? Why there is a job mismatch for the employment?
Yeah. So like what you notice in universities and colleges, their main focus is on the academics more than anything else. Sorry, I have a problem here. Just 1 second, because I cannot see you. Yeah. So So the mismatch is happening because most of the students are graduating and they are not being trained for the real skills. And we are talking about 21st century skills that we really require to work in the market. So academically, they are very strong, and then their GPAs will be very, very high. But then when they go to the job market, they don't have simple skills that really the market is requiring. So that's the main problem.
So do your study recommends that the schools, the universities should also side by side develop them with all those soft skills that actually employers are looking for?
Exactly. So, like even now, while we have like in Oman, nowadays we have so many universities, so many colleges. Every year there are so many graduates. So the competition is really, really high. So how you as a person, for example, how you can be sure that, you can get job in this kind of competition if you don't have the other skills? So if I'm performing very high academically, there are so many people are performing high academically like me. So the competition is very high. So obviously that the universities and also schools, they all need to focus on these skills and not only on the academics.
The last question from my end is, in terms of the GCC countries, where do you see this problem of Oman as compared to other neighboring countries?
Yeah. See, like if you just compare between Oman and Qatar, for example, you will notice in Qatar there are more options for universities and also for schools, and more new programs are coming there. In Oman, even our government is taking like very long steps even to approve any kind of new program. So for example, I personally lead in Oman, Finland-Oman School. So we've been trying our best to implement the Finnish system in the school, which we didn't get approval for it easily. It took us so long to do that. I feel like we really need to implement new programs, new education where people already succeeded. Obviously, we have to manage it with the culture of Oman, but at least, like we need to take some risks like Qatar is doing. Like Qatar is becoming in the GCC like one of the best countries in the education. I'm talking about schools and universities as well. So I think we should need to move on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Faisal, for that insightful information. All the best with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Right, all the way from Sultanate of Oman. Now we move on to Zimbabwe at the moment. Our next paper presenter is going to be Mr. Anisu Dikitu, and he's going to present on a computation model for email phishing detection. Over to you, Mr. Anisu, if you're ready. Thank you. Okay, you may start. I think you have to, yeah, you're already unmuted. Yes, please start. Thank you. Cannot hear you, Mr. Anisu. Mr. Anisu, are you able to hear me? I don't see your audio functioning well, Mr. Anisu. Okay, we go on to the next presenter. Oh, yeah, Anisu, you are here. Can you hear me, Anisu?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you now. Please start. Thank you.
All right. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. We can only see your profile picture at the moment.
Right.
It's coming up. Yes,
Oh,
okay. Please start.
you can
Thank
see.
you. Yes, we can
Thank
see
you.
now. Thank you.
I'm going to present on factors influencing cybersecurity using a focus group approach. From Zimbabwe, the growing importance of cybersecurity has become of critical concern in today's digital age, where commercial banks increasingly rely on digital infrastructure. There are rising threats where the frequency and sophistication of cyber attacks have escalated, leading to significant financial and reputational damage within the banking sector. In terms of background, cybercrime is an issue globally. In 2021 alone, we lost a combined amount of US 6 trillion. Cybercrime is an issue in the United States, France, Germany, and also in Malaysia, Africa as well. And in Zimbabwe, on average, we are losing 1.8 billion due to cybercrime every year. This is according to the Central Bank of Zimbabwe. Problem statement. Cybercrime, in particular, identity theft is the main problem being faced by Zimbabwean commercial banks. Identity theft occurs when an attacker tricks a victim into revealing sensitive information such as usernames, passwords, or financial details for fraudulent purposes. So identity theft remains an issue in Zimbabwe. This is according to the central bank as of 2022. Identity theft often results in high financial losses and reputational damage. The main objective was to explore the factors influencing cybersecurity within Zimbabwean commercial banks. In particular, we wanted to find out human factors and the technical factors. In terms of literature review, we looked at a number of theories, and the factors which came out were internet security and application security, awareness, training, and top management support. And in terms of gaps, we noted some unit of analysis gaps, the methodological gaps, and contextual gaps. These were reviewed according to the literature cited there. In terms of our methodology, the study employed a qualitative research design using focus group discussions to gather in-depth insights into the factors influencing cybersecurity from Zimbabwean commercial banks. Purposive sampling was used. Participants were IT and cybersecurity professionals, managers, and employees involved in cybersecurity in commercial banks. Each focus group consisted of 10 participants, ensuring a manageable group size allowed for active participation and meaningful discussion. We had 3 focus group sessions, each lasting a maximum of 2 hours. A trained moderator facilitated the discussions, ensuring that all participants had the opportunity to share their views and that the discussions remained focused on the research objectives. A discussion guide after a literature review was developed to steer the conversation, covering key factors such as top management support, technological security, awareness, and other human factors in cyber security. In terms of recording and transcription, the discussions were audio recorded with participants' consent and transcribed verbatim for detailed analysis. In terms of data analysis, coding and thematic analysis, transcriptions were coded and themes were identified using a thematic analysis approach. This involved categorizing responses into key themes and sub-themes related to factors influencing cybersecurity. The grounded theory approach as propounded by Egan in 2002 was used for data analysis with a slight modification where we had Excel coding used to label the concepts, and the concepts were reviewed. The concept reviewed the key factors which supported the hypothesis set in the study. Ethical considerations, all participants were informed about the purpose of the research, the use of the data afterwards, and their right to withdraw at any time. In terms of confidentiality, this was necessary since we were dealing with banks. Participants' identities were kept confidential and data was anonymized during analysis and reporting to protect privacy. Participants were also informed about the voluntary participation and that there was no undue influence. So after analyzing data, this is what came out from the 3 focus groups that we had. The group 1, they said banks should focus on network security, internet security, application and database security. And also the other group, they also mentioned that security is not a technical issue alone. We also need to focus on things such as awareness and training, risk analysis, information sharing, where we share information both amongst ourselves and with other banks and also with other international players. It was also noted that artificial intelligence and machine learning, they had an impact on cybersecurity, and also lack of awareness and poor security policies within commercial banks. They also had an impact on cybersecurity. The major findings, especially from group 1, artificial intelligence and machine learning, was said to be in the advanced stage in Zimbabwe, and this can become a viable solution in tackling identity theft. The second group, they also reported finding from the second group. They also noted that the problem cybercrime reported both a human and a technical solution. Then the last group, it's also opinion that fighting cybercrime is the role of everybody in the world. They noted that cybercrime cannot be fought by Zimbabweans alone since technology comes from other countries. So we needed to incorporate other governments in our efforts to fight cybercrime. So study contributed a comprehensive understanding of cybersecurity influences, the human factors and the technological factors. And also the use of the focus group approach, it reviewed some more factors which were not common in literature, since cybercrime is only defined as having confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Then we made the following recommendations. The study makes the following recommendations to enhance employee training and awareness, to strengthen our technological defenses, and also to promote a robust cybersecurity culture. In terms of impact, already we have pushed for the creation of a cybersecurity unit in Zimbabwe, and this is currently functional. And we are also currently crafting the national cybersecurity strategy for Zimbabwe, and I'm part of it. And I was also given 2 PhD students in cybersecurity. One is from the government under the department of that unit that was created, and another is in the security office, in another security office. The study, in terms of conclusion, the study provides valuable insights into the factors influencing cybersecurity through a focus group approach. By engaging cybersecurity professionals, the research highlights the critical human and technological factors. The human factors were awareness, top management support, information sharing, cyber response teams, the research teams, and also the enacting of cyber laws and a governance framework and a cybersecurity policy is required for commercial banks to be able to combat cyber crime. The technical factors included security in terms of application, where we need to foster encryption and use of protocols such as HTTPS, and database security as well as physical security, where we can use human guards and CCTV cameras and monitor transactions in real time. And lastly, internet security. Thank you. Hello?
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation, Anisu. Dr. Donna?
Yes, Prof. Thank you. Thank you for
you.
the presentation, Mr. Ansu. So my first question is, how would you describe the current state of cybersecurity in Zimbabwean's banking sector?
The situation has really improved because this one, cyber crime is an issue in the world. Zimbabwe is now part of the international community. I think we are also participating in UN conferences, and Zimbabwe has also set up a unit which is responsible for cybersecurity, and also the central bank itself. They've got a financial intelligence unit, which is also pushing for cybersecurity in commercial banks.
Okay, all right. Then, how does, the banks address the weaknesses, when you say, it's an area of concern?
Yes. What they were doing, they were using, they were implementing technical solutions, things such as firewalls. This is a gadget that they were putting to monitor their networks, right? Then they were also using antiviruses. Then they had some limited policies that they had in place to say the bank employees should only communicate this way when they are on the internet. Then they were also putting some restrictions on the number of websites that bank employees can access whilst online, right? So at the moment, they are also using 3-factor authentication systems where when you want to make a transaction online, you have to get a code, right? You want to pay for online using on a website, you have to get a code, then you approve. So these are some of the things that they are doing at the moment.
Okay. And then you also spoke about the human factors. I want to ask, how effective are the cybersecurity? Towards the end of your presentation, you were talking about training programs and all for the employees. So how effective are the cybersecurity training programs for the employees?
At the moment, it's not very, very effective. There's still some resistance from senior managers in the bank. It's actually an area which is very difficult to penetrate. So what the government has done is through the Reserve Bank, the central bank, they are putting in some laws, but they are yet to be approved by cabinet. So we believe that after approval of such laws, we should be able to run the training programs effectively. At the moment, we had some training programs around the country, but we can say they were very, very effective.
Thank you, Mr. Ansu. That's all from my side. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Dr. Guna. Thank you very much, Anisu. I'll see you tomorrow again on your another interesting presentation on the email phishing that's coming up tomorrow as well.
All right. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. So now, all the way from Zimbabwe, we move on to China. Our next paper presenter is going to present on exploring talent development models for financial management programs in vocational colleges in the era of digital intelligence. To be presented by Cheng Shimel. So all the best, Cheng.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you may start, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, professors. It's my honor to be here to introduce my paper. My paper's title is Closing Talent Development Models for Financial Management Progress in Vocational College in an Era of the Digital Intelligence. First, introduction. At the beginning of the 21st century with the popularity of the internet and the rapid development of information technology. The world gradually entered a new era of the data and intelligent technology as the core driving force. The U.S. information technology market measures $1.6 trillion in 2019, accounting for 32% of the global market. McKinsey studies just global companies investing $15 million in AI by 2020. The Chinese government attaches great importance to the development of information technology as an important part of its national strategy. The AI technology market in China reached $20.8 billion in 2021, with an average annual growth rate of more than 15%. Vocational education as an important channel for cultivating real technical and skill talent play a crucial role in the area of the digital intelligence. Students in vocational college and university usually have strong practical skills and clear career goals, and tend to learn and master new skills through practical operations and real-life scenarios. Students in vocational college are open to new technologies and innovative tools, and are willing to try and
I'm sorry, one moment.
Sorry.
Chen, you have to change your slides as you move on. Thank you. You are still on
Thank
the
you, Prof.
title slide. Yeah.
It's okay?
No, the slide is okay, but it's on the title slide. As you are going on different slides, yeah, now okay, we can see introduction. So please continue with the place you were in. Thank you.
This is okay now.
Yes, it is okay.
Okay.
Please come to that part quickly. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Students in vocational college are open to new technologies and innovative tools, and are willing to try and master new technical skills, which also provide a good foundation for financial management professional education in the area of the digital intelligence. Background and the leadership of the digital intelligence technology. The application scopes of the intelligent finance has been intended to all aspects of the enterprise financial management. The traditional financial management work is no longer limited to after-the-fact accounting, but gradually to the ex-ante decision-making and control. The shift requires financial personnel to have more complex and diversified skills, not only the traditional accounting and financial knowledge, but also the ability to apply model technology. A number of accounting firms respected by Deloitte has made breakthrough in high-level intelligence through new technologies such as intelligent financial robots, and accounting and expense reimbursement. This change poses a new challenge to the financial management programs of the vocational college and universities, required respecting of talent training objectives and the design of a corresponding talent training model. This paper focuses on employs the practice and the challenge of Chinese vocational college in training financial management professionals in the area of digital intelligence. By displaying a special design questionnaire to enterprise, the study will gain an in-depth understanding of the enterprise demand for and satisfaction with financial management graduate from vocational college, so as to assess the effectiveness and the sharpness of the current education model. The focus will be on analyzing how to improve the quality of the education through measures such as skills assessment, innovations in teaching models, and strengthening university enterprise cooperation. This is literature review. Amnesia biggest data management and significance improve business process and design force complexity. P 2022, the application of big data analysis in financial risk management Special risk models, big data technology can help firms in identify and assess potential risk and effective risk response strategies. GDL's 2020, the important role of the big data and active intelligence in risk management. This schematic reveals this that the organizations can be better assess and manage risk and improve the efficiency and accuracy of risk management through the combination of big data and artificial intelligence. Actually, 2021, how the integrate the big data with the IoT and blockchain technology can improve business efficiency. Growth 2022, risk posed by emerging challenges and implications in corporate government. The point out while emergency technologies bring many applications, they also introduce new risks which need to be significantly managed by enterprise and corporate governments in order to maintain competitiveness. Lu Weijun, 2019, many higher education institutions has audited curriculum content and failed to introduce the latest financial management tools and techniques in a timely manner. Zhang Weidong, 2023, with the development of the big data and intelligent technology, vocational education has appeared in a new opportunity for challenge. Li Xingxing, 2024, personalized education is the key to improve effectiveness of the teaching and learning, and big data can play an important role in this. My research objectives: 1, to analyze the impact of the digital intelligence technology on the field of the financial management and improve its role in the cultivations of the high-quality financial management professional. 2, to define the needs of the financial management professionals in the digital intelligence area and identify the specific requirements of these needs for the education system. 3, to investigate that is in the training of the financial management professionals, encourage vocational college, and put forward suggestions for improvement. Require research questions. 1, how does the intelligence technology affect the field of the financial management, and what role this technology play in cultivating high-quality financial management profiles? 2, what is the demand of the financial management profiles in the area of the digital intelligence? 3, what are the problems in the training of the financial management profiles professionals in today's vocational college and universities? Research method. My research method is qualitative research. Population data from the enterprises with school enterprise corporations from the top 10 financial vocational college. Data analysis. Most enterprise that the curriculum basically man their needs for the financial talent, especially in the mastery of the traditional financial knowledge. However, some enterprise put forward stress more important of the modernity of the curriculum, especially in terms of the courses on digital intelligence technology, and they would like to see more courses related to big data analysis and smart finance. Enterprises attach particular importance to students' ability to apply financial management knowledge in practical work situations, including ability to use financial software and data analysis tools to make less financial decisions. Personnel analysis revealed that enterprise believe that the skill content of the vocational college lacks in practice application and salary integration. Enterprises generally hope that institutions can increase the content of the more practice courses. Enterprises are concerned about the professional competitors of the teaching team. They hope that the teachers can have strong practice enterprise in the field of the big data and small finance. Enterprises suggest that the university should bring in more experts with practical enterprises and improve the teaching levels of existing teachers in the field of the digital and smart financial through regular training. Summary of funding. With the rapid speed of the digital intelligence technologies around the globe, emerging technologies such as big data, artificial intelligence, and blockchain not only prove the efficiency and accuracy of the financial management progresses, but also provide enterprise with more powerful decisions for tools. The application of these technologies enable companies to more accurately practice market trends, assess risks, optimize resource allocation, and respond more flexibility to more marketing challenges. Financial management challenge with the ability to analyze data and the skills to apply technology has more particularly important and has become the key for enterprises to gain an advantage in global competitiveness. Current vocational college and university has a thick lead in curriculum, faculty, and teaching methods, and are able to respond to the urgent need enterprises for model financial management skills. The curriculum content is outdated and lack the integrations of the model technology such as big data, artificial intelligence. The professional level of the field does not match the rapid development in technological environment. Contribution. This paper is valid analysis the significant needs and satisfaction with enterprise for financial management graduates, provide educator and policy makers with a basis for adjust the curriculum and teaching method according to the market demand. By increasing the use the big data and artificial intelligence technology, the study employed the potentials of this advanced technology to enhance the quality education and the practical skills of students, providing new perspective on the further directions of the financial management education. Recommendation: 1. Optimizing the curriculum. 2. Activating the teacher team. 3. Innovational teaching method. Conclusion. The quality of the education and the vocational skills of students can be enhanced through optimal curriculum design, strategy, the development of the teaching staff, innovating teaching methods, and deepening school enterprise cooperation. In particular, in terms of the practical and model of the curriculum content, the inclusion of the teaching elements of the model technologies such as big data and artificial intelligence has become the key to enhance students' adaptability to the further job market. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, Jiang Shimao. Dr. Donna, over to you, please, kindly. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. May I ask, what are the main findings of your study regarding the effectiveness of the current talent development models in vocational colleges?
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. What is your main findings of the study?
Because My finding studies is the first, the curriculum with little technology data and artificial intelligence. And the teacher in vocational college, they don't the lack of the technological
All right. So you said, there is lack of technological adaptation is what I understand what you said. So, does your findings indicate there is a need for, training or anything in that case, or a need for new competencies or training methodologies, for digital advancements?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Prof. That's all from my side. Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chang Shimao, for the presentation. And we look forward for the good publication of your paper. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we move on to our next presenter, who is going to be presenting on digital business. And the paper is on a comparative analysis on integration strategy, live streaming e-commerce, and traditional e-commerce in China by Yu Jinglan. So over to you, Yu Jinglan, please.
Yes. Hello, Professor. Can you hear
Hello.
me?
Yes, can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes, you can see your slide. Just enlarge it.
Mhm.
Just make it bigger, the slides.
Okay.
Or you have removed it.
Yes.
Okay, please start. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon, professors. And my name is Xu Jing. I'm from China. I'm grateful for the chance to talk about my research. And my research title is Comparative Analysis and Integrated Strategy of Stream e-commerce and the Traditional e-commerce in Chinese market. Systematic literature reviews. Let's start with introduction. Data from the Ministry of Commerce show that from January to May 2024, the online retail sales of physical goods nationwide reached 4,828 billion RMB, increasing by 11.5% year-on-year. As of June 28, the scale of online shopping users in China was exceeded by 100 million. As of December 2023, the scale of online live streaming users in China reached 860 million, an increase of 65.01 million compared to December 2022, accounting for 74.7% of overall netizens. Among them, the scale of live stream e-commerce users was 597 million, an increasing of 82.67 million compared to December 2022, accounting for 54.7% of overall netizens. And we can see from the table 1 different scholars' definition of live stream e-commerce, which is new type of e-commerce model that promotes products to the audience through real-time interaction with online live stream platform to achieve online sales. Okay, let's move on to background. As we can see from the figure 1, as of December 2023, the scale of online shopping users in China reached 950 million, an increase of 69.67 million compared to December 2022, accounting for 83.8% of overall netizens. Although live stream e-commerce has grown rapidly in China, it is still in this infancy in other countries. In existing foreign research results and related literatures, there are relatively few specialized comparative analysis and integrate studies on traditional e-commerce and live stream e-commerce. The research focus of Chinese schoolers is also on related research fields such as live stream e-commerce and social e-commerce. Okay, let's talk about the scope of the research. The study aims to explore the similarities, differences, and integration strategies between traditional e-commerce and the live stream e-commerce. So the author intends to use the comparative analysis, the preferred reporting project method of SLR, which is a systematic literature review, system evaluation, and meta-analysis to comprehensively analyze the status and issues of e-commerce from 2023 to 2024 in China, and to formulate strategies for promoting the effective integration and the sustainable development of live stream e-commerce and the traditional e-commerce in China, and look forward to future research prospects to improve the current knowledge system of e-commerce in China and provide a certain theoretical basis for the global e-commerce advanced. Okay, let's talk about literature review. We can see some orders of the tables. In summary, different scholars have studied e-commerce in China from different perspectives. Most of them focus on rural e-commerce and cross-border e-commerce supported by Chinese policies. So scholars still pay attention to live stream e-commerce, but there are few comparative analysis studies on traditional e-commerce and live stream e-commerce. So scholars have studied the integration strategies of real e-commerce and e-commerce platforms, but the integration strategies of traditional e-commerce and live stream e-commerce is lacking. So this paper will explore the integrated marketing strategy of the two to reduce unnecessary competition among e-commerce platforms and promote the diversification and sustainable development of China's e-commerce platform, e-commerce. Okay, let's move on to research objectives of this paper. And to summarize the issues in the development of e-commerce in China and to identify the main differences and similarities between live stream e-commerce and traditional e-commerce in Chinese market, to evaluate the challenges and opportunities for the integration of live stream e-commerce and traditional e-commerce, to formulate strategies for promoting the effective integration and sustainable development of live stream e-commerce and the traditional e-commerce in China based on the comprehensive literature review. So the research questions will be, what are the issues with the development of e-commerce in China? And what are the main differences and similarities between live stream e-commerce and the traditional e-commerce in Chinese market? And what challenges and opportunities does the integration of live stream e-commerce and traditional e-commerce face? The last one is, what strategies can be formulated to promote the effective integration and sustainable development of live stream e-commerce and traditional e-commerce in China? And I will use the systematic literature review method to summarize a large amount of exact information about Bolivia and provide readers with comprehensive knowledge of literatures in certain field by following standard protocol in holistic and organized manner. And because the SLR helps to expand the knowledge gaps and determine future research pathways. Therefore, this paper adopts a systematic literature review method to conduct research. And we can see the Prisma flow chart in this slide. And after repeated screening and evaluation of the literature titles, abstracts, and specific contents, 19.5 literature was obtained, which is highly responsive. So the data analyzed will be divided two parts. We can see the figure 3 word cloud, which is the higher frequency keywords in the simple articles shown in figure 3. And this issue that in the field of e-commerce, many scholars focus on live streaming independent e-commerce about customers and the enterprise are the main research subjects. And the logistic is the third type of highly frequency keywords in the literatures. The development of the e-commerce cannot do without the support of the logistics. We can see another picture, the figure 4, which is we can see e-commerce is the core thing with the highest frequency of appears. Things such as economy development and sustainability and digital technology are also relative. And so we can find in this paper, I will summarize the finding. First, traditional e-commerce displays goods based on users' demands and searches. Users have a short purchase cycle, but they spend a long time comparing price or making decisions. The key operation points include GMV or conversion rates and unit price per customer. And the live stream e-commerce enable quick transaction with a short decision-making time. The return rate of live stream e-commerce is relatively high. Generally speaking, live stream e-commerce with its unique advantages has brought a new shopping experience to customers. However, traditional e-commerce still occupies an important market position due to its mature model and a wide variety of goods. By integrating the virtual world and the real world, it can bring unprecedented diversity and innovations to the e-commerce environment and drive significant changes in the e-commerce model. And from enterprises, it should strengthen cooperations, focus on the cultivation and the reserve of professional talent and the cultivation of enterprises in innovation conceptual and undertake corresponding social responsibility to contribute to the sustainable development of e-commerce and the society. And the government and the e-commerce platforms should establish rules or regulations and permitted mechanisms to reduce the behavior of anchors and the merchants. Okay, let's talk about the contribution. One hand, to improve the current knowledge system of e-commerce in China, and concurrently providing a certain theoretical basis for the global e-commerce advanced and to formulate strategies for promoting the effective integration and sustainable development of live stream e-commerce and traditional e-commerce in China based on the comprehensive literature review. Let's move to recommendation. The future development of e-commerce platforms may push in 3 major directions: commoditization, contentization, and localization of life. And the future research could subdivide customer groups and the e-commerce platforms or carry out post-studies. Finally, the conclusion. Overall, live stream e-commerce with its unique advantages has brought customers new shopping experience. However, traditional e-commerce still occupies an important market position due to its mature model and a wide variety of goods. On the one hand, e-commerce platforms continuously enrich platform technologies such as data analysis and other specific marketing, or they can transmission of data or the information between the buyer and the seller. So achieving sustainable and innovation growth. On the other hand, e-commerce platforms lack standard institutional safeguards, and there are many human-generous imitation behaviors. So the government and the e-commerce platforms should establish the rules and the regulations to reduce the fraudulated behaviors of anchors and merchants. Live stream e-commerce need to strengthen the platform negotiation mechanism and information construction to promote information sharing or cooperative negotiation among all parts participate in live streaming. And at the same time, e-commerce should be encouraged by transforming into a comprehensive digital supply chain service platforms, providing one-stop online and offline service for the real economy, enhancing the rapid responsibility of supply chain and promoting its digital transformation. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, Zhu Xingran. So, Zhu Xingran, I want to ask you, what is the main finding of your study?
Okay, about the main finding, maybe we can divide it in two parts. One part is about the challenges and to the moment the live streaming faced, such as the lack of regulations and rules to guarantee all the parties in the live streaming commerce, such as the e-commerce platforms, the anchors, and the consumers. And another hand, we finding the main similarity and the differences between live stream e-commerce and traditional e-commerce, and we can combine those two types of e-commerce to sustainable development of e-commerce in China.
Okay, so what is the one of the main contribution of your study, please?
The contribution, the main contribution for our management, we can provide the marketing strategies for the enterprises or the different type platforms. This is the main contribution for the management. And for theoretical basis, we can find a new type to compare the different platforms, live streaming and traditional or the social e-commerce or the rural or cross-border e-commerce.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much, Zhu Xingran, for the presentation. Looking for your further input. All the best.
Thank you.
Right. Our next paper presenter is going to be Simon Gu, and he's going to present about a study on the effect of three-dimensional reconstruction techniques based on human gate planter transplant data on rehabilitation of patients with abnormal foot arc. Over to you, Simon. And please note, you will have 10 minutes to make the presentation. Kindly unmute yourself and start. Thank you. You have to unmute yourself, please.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you. Please start kindly.
My paper's title was Study on the Effect of the Three-Dimensional Recontribution Technique based on the human gate planter transient data on rehabilitation of the patients with the abnormal foot pars. The introduction. My manuscript is based on the plantar candidate scanning and get analysis method to realize the non-contractor three-dimensional data model of the sole of the foot to establish the auxiliary rehabilitation systems of foot abnormalities, reduce the dysfunction and realize the remote diagnosis of the foot abnormalities. Background. According to the following literature, the risks of foot health are common among the 3 to 10 years old adults, most of whom was diagnosed with the flat feet. The risk of the foot health is highest among the young people between the age of the 10 and 18, and it's much higher among the men than women. In the other side, the United States, the foot health risks begins to be taken seriously in 1960, and over the past years, the incidence has increased by 2.3%. Okay, the next. Despite the availability of the otherwise measurement technique facilitating twice the dynamic quantitative analysis of active and stress on the various anatomical reason during the working. Limited attention can be directed towards evaluating the plantar pressure transient measurement. Dynamic technique developed in recent years. This innovative approach has previously found application in orthopedic foot rehabilitation for athletes, enabling the detection and characterization of the pressure magnitude and distribution on the plantar surface during the active. Nevertheless, the scans which have explored the application of this technique within the population afflicted by the foot abnormalities. The chemical variability of the such of flexible and customer system remains unclean. Leader paucity of attention in this domain. Literature review. We can look up the method of detecting foot arch abnormalities can be roughly divided into categories. Traditional detecting methods, and the other is intelligent detection method. Specifically, there are 6 main methods. One of the common methods is the foot right analysis. When the results in a direct diagnosis by conveniently measuring patient's working footprint from the figure 1. The second commonly used method is the underlying method, which is the merely used achieving laboratory data from the figure 2. The other common method includes the visual copying face plans and tables for shoes insole and imaging. The uncommon intelligent detection method is intelligent detection method based on the computer measurement technology such as AI and 3D scanning. The next research objectives. The objective of this study is to use the technology establish theoretical and practical basis for the understanding food, art, abnormal last, and provide the reference frame for clinical diagnosis. Value of the food related disease and physical exercise program. Methodology. Experimental research. From the October to December 2020, 124 patients from the Binzhou Medical College and its affiliated hospital in Binzhou, Shandong Province, China. I was carefully selected to participate in this study in order to comply with strict short listing criteria. Electable interest must at least 18 years old and have a physiological abnormality in arch of their foot. Data analyst says, we decided the experimental samples into experimental group and control group comparison. Chi-square test was used to compare the demographic information of two groups of patients, such as the gender, marital, resident, education level, etc. And the results showed the statistical significance together than 0.05, indicating that the basic information of the two groups of the patients before the experiment was balanced, and the specific results are shown in the table 2. Summary finding. I had done the 3 sets of experiment. In order to save the time, I will show about the three experiment. All the experiments shows that the rehabilitation assistant system is positive to the experiment effort. Contribution. The basis on the 3-dimensional plantar scanning technology and gate recognition technology, the rehabilitation assistance system for food art abnormalities provide the patient with the rehabilitation environment that can be home rehabilitation and remote diagnosis, guarantee the rehabilitation process of the patients with the food arts abnormalities, and provides a basis for patients to quickly restore quality of life. Recommendation. Compared with the previous study, this paper lacks a comparison of the clinical rehabilitation effect, biological, characteristics, which is also pointing that this kind of system needs to improve from the perspective of application. In terms of the orthopedic effect, surgery correctly recognized as the most effective approach, but it may bring the new biomechanical change that affect the patient's function, because the human body is still in different stages of development. Surgical treatment is not recommended, and physical exercise and critical insult can be used to practice. As far as the result concerned, although the improvement of the appearance of the flight foot deformity is slowly, the critical insult can effectively improve the face and buffer state of the foot and reduce the damage. Due to the damage for the eighth case, the damage for the flight foot deformation correction increasing, and how to expectly, safely, comfortably correct flight foot deformity still need future research. Conclusion. The conclusions of my study not only validate the adaptability of adolescents to this new method of diagnosis, but also the result will gradually expand its application in the future, such as the oscillator, the athlete, and so on. So far, it can be cited that the abnormal arch rehabilitation assistance system is also more suitable for a wide range of the arch disease. The screening in the kindergartens, primary and secondary schools, and other age groups, and will provide support for the food health of the majority of students in China. This is my published article. Published. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. Right. So just wanted to find out a few things, Go Suming. First of all, what is the main findings of your study? And what motivated you to do this study?
Okay. My finding is that more and more scholars are paying more and more attention to combinations of artificial intelligence and medical treatment. There are all then a lot of work in this area. So we have to looking at one of them. But if we didn't outperform them soon, we will be limited.
Okay, how do you think your study is going to contribute to the medical health service and to society?
Through our testing of the system, we can judge whether it can have a positive effect on the patients. The data we studied in all states, and we have actual proof.
I see. Right, and the last question to you would be, what will be among the many recommendations that you have given, what is going to be the main recommendation for your work?
I would like to use the gate recognition system to solve the and they have the study proof the corrective and other judgment for our patients.
I see. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Simingyu, for your innovative way of looking into three-dimensional aspect of the treating of the human gallbladder. So all the best to you and on your way forward. Thank you so much. Right. We move on to our next paper presenter at this moment of time. It is going to be Kibao, and he's going to talk about the impact of AI technologies on reducing return rates of e-commerce, a case of Losfin online stores. So you may start, please.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. Please start. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Balki, and I am pleased to present my research on the title, The Impact of AI Technologies on Reducing Return Rates of E-commerce, a case of Losfin online store. Let me start with introduction. AI technologies refer to a broad range of computer-based systems and tools that use AI to perform tasks that typically require human intelligence. With the rapid development of AI technology, e-commerce platforms are increasing adopting technologies such as personalized recommendation, intelligent customer service, and intelligent search to optimize customer experience, boost sales, and enhance customer loyalty. And Losfin, a traditional specialty food from Guangxi province of China, has gradually gained popularity nationwide and even international due to its unique flavor. To stand out in this competitive market, many Losfin business have started selling through online stores. And in the field of e-commerce, the issue of consumers' return is critical problem that need to be addressed urgently. Returns are not only increased costs for both business and consumers, but also impact user experience and satisfaction. According to the statistic, during the Double 11 Shopping Festival in 2021, the overall return rate on the e-commerce platform reached as high as 20%. And additionally, it has been empirically tested that return behavior positively impacts consumers' repurchase behavior. And the research focus on which has gained national and international popularity, and we study 10,532 consumers from X-Ray online store during the 2023 Double 11 Festival, with a sample size of 385. And the literature review covers several studies highlighting the effectiveness of AI in e-commerce. Key findings suggest that AI technology like big data analysis and machine learning-based recommendation and intelligent customer service significantly enhance customer satisfaction and reduce return rate. And the research objectives are as follows. To measure the impact of personalized recommendation technology, intelligent customer service technology, and intelligent search technology on return intention, and to recommend specific strategy for the e-commerce business through the case study. And the research aid to answer the following key questions. One is what factor in AI technologies affect consumers' return intentions, and two is how this factor can impact the intentions. And next part is methodology. The study used a quantitative research measure and collecting data through questionnaire and conducting statistically analysis. The reliability and validity of the data were confirmed through the test, and then the study conduct a correlation and regression analysis. That's the study data analysis. And the result of reliability and validity tests show that the questionnaire has a good reliability and validity. And the correlation analysis confirm that the three IV has a negative impact on the DV return intention. And the regression analysis support hypothesis that all three in IV have a significant negative impact on the DV return intention. So the finding indicate that personalized recommendation have the strongest impact, and followed by intelligent customer service and intelligent search. This technology help in better matching product to customer preference and addressing the cost effectively and improving search accuracy, all of which reduce return rate. And based on our finding, we recommend one is enhancing personalized recommendation technology through advanced algorithm. And the second is improving intelligent customer service by deploying AI-driven chatbots and integrating multi-channel support. And the third is optimizing the intelligent search technology with advanced search algorithm and a user-friendly interface. And in conclusion, AI technologies play a crucial role in reducing return intention in economy, particularly for restaurant online store. By implement this recommendation, e-commerce platform can improve customer satisfaction and reduce return rates and enhance overall competitiveness. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation, Bauki. Bauki, can you tell me what is the main contribution of your study which aligns with artificial intelligence?
I think my biggest contribution is is based on the second finding. The intelligent customer service will have a negative impact on intention because in our in people's stereotype we always think the human customer service will be is better than AI. And now this study proved that maybe it's wrong, or maybe in some sector AI will be better than human.
Okay. Professor Subarna, any question you want to ask?
I have a question, Professor. Thank you so much. So, how it will impact on the consumer behavior? What's your consideration about that?
Let me think. The customer survey, intelligent customer survey used to answer the wrong question, but now is suitable for the right question, the right answer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Bauki, just one more thing. What will be your main contribution throughout your research? Just one of them that you think is the main contribution to this work.
I think a practical contribution is to give some manager of the online store some recommendation to improve their customer service.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much, Bauki, for the presentation. I wish you all the best in for your future work as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we are now into our last two presentation for today's day 2 session. And next presentation is to be done from Zimbabwe. Our next presenter is going to share the views on harnessing artificial intelligence in promoting digitalization and e-planning for service delivery by Zimbabwean municipalities. The case of Chitungwiza municipality by Evangelista Mashona.
Thank you, Doc. I'll share my presentation.
Yes, please do.
Thank you, Professor. I hope I've shared.
It's not yet shared.
Not yet shared. Mm-hmm.
If you want, you can send it to me by WhatsApp. I can assist with you with my technical team. Right?
All right. Thank you. I'll do that right away.
Okay.
It has come on email, on your email.
Okay, fine. Just wait on a moment. Sorry, I didn't receive it yet. Oh yeah, I got it now. Okay. But there's no attachment here.
No attachment. Okay.
No attachment, please. We have written subject PPT, but no attachment. Okay, I think we can start with the next presenter. till Evangelista sends me the PowerPoint, so she can present it next time. Okay, so I'll wait for your PowerPoint, Evangelista. Please send it to me. But meanwhile, can I request Go Meng to kindly present on the influence of artificial intelligence on employment in China and its risk prevention? Go Meng?
Hello, Professor.
Yes. Hello, you may start sharing the screen, Go Meng. Okay, just note that you will have 10 minutes to present. So kindly be specific. Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can see, but please note you will have 10 minutes to make the presentation, okay?
Okay, okay. My name
Yes,
is
please.
Guo Meng, from China. My paper's title, The Influence of AI on Employment in China and its Risk Prevention. This paper first analyzes the impact of AI on employment from two aspects: substitution and creation effect, based on the review and research of literature related to AI development and labor employment, and discuss the current stage, which is stronger or weaker in terms of employment substitution effect and creation effect. Through the analysis of provincial panel data, it's verified that the development of AI has a substitution effect on the employment of Chinese labor force as a whole. According to the characteristics of AI to labor group substitution, this paper finally put forward the prevention of employment risk and the corresponding policies suggestion. Background: AI in its broadest sense is intelligence inhabited by machines, particularly computer systems. Employment mainly includes employment quantity, employment structure, and employment quality. This paper mainly studies the influence of AI development on employment quantity. The employment quantity reflects the actual utilization of all labor resources and the overall employment situation in a certain period of time. China is a country with a large population and long-term employment pressure. Unemployment rate as of June 2024, the unemployment rate in China cities and towns was 5.2%. Young's unemployment rate in 2023, the unemployment rate of Chinese youngs aged 16 to 24 continued to rise and reached a record 21.3 in June 2023. A report released by McKinsey Global Institute in early 2024 predicted that about 375 million people around the world will be re-employed in the future, of which 100 million people in China will be affected. Jobs with relatively tasks and predictable procedural tasks are particularly vulnerable to being replaced by AI. So the scope of this research is the impact of AI on employment in China, including the employment population statistics of 30 provinces and municipalities in China. Literature reviews. There are many literatures that show that the development of AI technology will inhibit employment. And there are also many literatures that show that the development of and application of AI technology will promote employment. And many scholars believe that the impact of AI on employment is uncertain. Research objective. The research objectives focus on the following aspects: to study the various factors affecting employment, to study the impact of AI on China's total labor employment. Research questions. What are the factors that affect employment? What's the impact of AI technology on China's total labor employment? The research hypothesis of this paper is proposed. The development of AI has both substitution on effect and creation effect on labor employment in China. But at this stage, the overall is substitution effect. Research methodology. First, qualitative literature research methods are used to understand the factors affecting residents' employment through the collection and analysis of literature. The level of economic development, the improvement of urbanization level, industrial structure, and market demand, labor supply and demand, technology development and automation, government policy, education and skills, and so on. And then use the method of quantitative analysis to make an empirical analysis on the impact of development level of AI on the total level employment in China. This paper adopts the way of the amount of patent applications related to AI on the measurement indicators that reflects the current technology level of AI. The number of patent application related to AI law and patients is taken as the independent variable, indicating the natural logarithm of the number of AI patents application. This paper takes Chinese labor employment law and laborers as a dependent variable, indicating the natural logarithm of employment in region I in year T. Choose to use panel data to construct a fixed effect multivariate regression model, such as a formula. Considering the availability of data and drawing less from the existing research results, this paper selects the level education, degree of trade openness, government expenditure, financial development level as the control variable.
You will have 5 more minutes to complete the presentation, please. Go on. Thank you.
Okay. The level of education draws the number of years of education for illiterate primary, junior high school, senior high school, technological secondary school, college, undergraduate, postgraduate, and above is set at 0, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16, 19 years, and are weighted and summed according to the proportion of the population with various years of education. The proportion of the total import and export volume of each province in GDP is used to measure the degree of trade openness. This paper selected the ratio of fiscal expenditure of each province to GDP to measure government's fiscal expenditure. This paper uses the ratio of loan balance to GDP at the end of the year to measure the level of financial development. This is descriptive statistics of main variables. And this is the results of benchmark regression. Summary of findings. The empirical results show that the development of AI has significantly reduced the employment of China's labor force, and the overall impact on China's employment presence are substitution effect. In terms of control variables, the more governmental expenditure, the more significantly it can promote the growth of employment. On the other hand, the opening degree of trade has a significant negative impact on China's employment. Conclusion. Like the conclusion of most researchers, the development of AI technology represents both substitution effect and creative effect in China. The employment of labor force in China is significantly reduced, and the overall impact on employment in China shows a substitution effect. The hypothesis was verified. Contribution. From a macro perspective, combining Chinese employment statistics from 26 to 2021 with China's AI development level. This paper discusses the impact of AI on Chinese employment based on macro statistics. recommendations. In view of characteristics of the substitution effect of AI technology in China as a whole, at this stage, the government should speed up the development of AI and give play to the employment creation effect. When AI develops to a certain extent, the employment creation effects will play a leading role, thereby increasing the number of jobs. Therefore, the government should actively promote the development of AI technology. And for the general public, we should strengthen learning, master more and advanced professional skills, and improve personal professionalism to avoid being easily replaced by AI. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. So, Gomeng, what is the main finding of your study? Can you tell me?
My funding is mainly fund AI in this stage, mainly mainly replace mainly effect is replace is replacement effection.
So what is going to be the main recommendation? If I want to ask, what is the main number one recommendation for your study among others?
We should learn many. We should learn some knowledge of AI and improve our AI skills to adapt the AI age to
I've seen you have given a lot of recommendations. So if I just want to prioritize them, this is the main recommendation for my study.
Sorry,
I'm saying, what is your main recommendation? One recommendation for the work.
My recommendation.
Yes. You can just tell it on your own. No need to look back to the PowerPoint. Just tell me on your own.
Recommendation for government. The government should speed up the development of AI and give play to the employment creation effect.
So, Subhana, you have anything to ask?
Huh?
Okay.
Okay,
then thank you very much for the presentation. I look forward for your further studies onto this one. All the best to you, Gomeng.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we have our last presenter for today. It is going to be Evangelista Mashona talking about harnessing artificial intelligence in promoting digitalization and e-planning for service delivery by Zimbabwean municipalities. The case of Chitongwiza municipality. Over to you, Evangelista. I hope you can hear me. You have to unmute Evangelista and kindly switch on your camera.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think you can now hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very clear. Thank you.
My name is Evangelista Machona, and my presentation is on harnessing artificial intelligence in promoting digitalization and e-planning for service delivery by Zimbabwean municipalities, the case of Chitungwiza municipality. The background. The introduction is artificial intelligence refers to a set of technologies that simulate human cognitive processes, including reasoning, learning, and self-correction. Recent years have seen an increase interest in potential uses of AI in both private and public organizations, local authorities, for example. This study provides an investigation of the harnessing of AI to promote service delivery and in local authorities, citing the case of Chitungwiza municipality being the third largest local authority in Zimbabwe. The background is that local government authorities have a service delivery trust to their residents. However, service delivery remain crippled due to weak planning and implementation mechanisms. The adoption of AI is effortless to enhance efficiency in decision-making processes, which is vital for efficient and effective service provision and by use of chatbots to interact with residents. Despite this fact, there is limited understanding about the adoption of AI in public sector organizations, especially in local authorities. This study then aims to develop artificial intelligence literature on service delivery for Zimbabwe urban local authorities in general, the case of Chitungwiza municipality in specific. Surprisingly, the integration of AI at Chitungwiza municipality is minimum. This study then seeks to investigate the harnessing of AI in service planning and delivery at Chitungwiza municipality. The scope of the research is that the context of this study is the implementation of AI in service planning and delivery in the geographical area of Chitungwiza municipality in Zimbabwe. However, different case examples will be utilized to draw lessons learned, but the study investigates how AI can be utilized to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of safety delivery in Chitungwiza. The population of the study will be drawn from employees and stakeholders of Chitungwiza. The limitations encountered in the study include the technical aspects of the study, limited literature on the subject of AI in local government, local authorities, as well as the busy scheduling of respondents. The automation of problem solving through the adoption of AI is envisaged to inspire the development of decision support and customer interaction applications, i.e. the chatbot and customized portals. This enables sound planning, which informs efficient and effective service delivery. And the researcher went on to get some information from America. More than 90 million people use AI tools, which signifies its importance in the local government discourse. In Finland, 60% of municipalities use AI to digitize service planning through the use of chatbots and websites services. Despite its anticipated benefits in service planning and delivery, the integration of AI remains low across the globe. In Africa, only 20% of the local authorities utilize AI in service planning and delivery. Challenges include weak infrastructure, poor policy frameworks of IA, and the lack of technocrats in the integration of AI. Hence, there is limited understanding on the prospects and opportunities of AI in local governments, which this study seeks to explore. Research objectives are to investigate the adoption of artificial intelligence at Chitungwiza municipality, to identify threats and potentials for artificial intelligence at Chitungwiza, and to proffer recommendations in dealing with challenges and exploit potentials of artificial intelligence at Chitungwiza. The questions are: how is artificial intelligence used in safety planning and delivery by Chitungwiza? What challenges impedes the use of artificial intelligence at Chitungwiza municipality, and what can be done to deal with challenges and exploit potential of artificial intelligence at the Chitungwiza municipality? Next slide. The research methodology is that a triangulation of research method was adopted to explain and explore the theoretical and empirical foundation of AI in safety delivery. A single case study design of Chitungwiza municipality was adopted to investigate the phenomenon under study. This helped the researcher to gain an in-depth understanding of the area under study. Data was collected through a survey, documentary analysis, and questionnaires. Key policy documents were used, such as the strategic plans by Chitungwiza municipality. Respondents were drawn from the employees of Chitungwiza municipality, and they were selected purposefully according to their knowledge of the adoption of AI at Chitungwiza. Data analysis, a thematic analysis was employed to organize and interpret the findings collected in the study using the below themes: perceived benefits, financial cost, perceived cost, government pressure on the adoption of AI. The next summary of the findings. The pressure to the adoption of AI at Chitungwiza is inspired by a multiplicity of factors, such as the fourth industrial revolution, budget cuts by the central government towards a lean government, pressure for efficient and effective safety delivery. The National ICT Framework of 2024 governs the integration of AI at the Chitungwiza municipality. However, there is no clear national framework which governs the use of AI by local authorities. The administrative and operational functions of Chitungwiza municipality remain largely restricted to manual activities. However, in 2021, the municipality adopted a local authority digital system, we call it LADS, to digitalize service planning and delivery. Summary of findings. Despite this fact, the digitalization of customer services, financial recording, expenditure control, and strategic management is limited, which negates the efficiency and effectiveness of the municipality in safety delivery. The challenges to the adoption of AI at Chitungwiza: lack of political will to adopt AI, economic cost of AI, lack of government support, lack of technocrats, lack of an enabling policy framework. Contribution is: finding from this study are key to inform policy frameworks on the integration of AI in safety delivery, despite its unsurmountable effect on the efficiency and effectiveness of safe delivery. AI remains minimally integrated in Zimbabwe local authorities, in general in Chitungwiza. Therefore, investigation on the harnessing of AI in safety delivery by this study will be vital to the policy discourse of AI in Zimbabwe local authorities and to practice. The study of AI for safety delivery in local government authorities is limited in Zimbabwe. Therefore, this study will add value to the existing body of knowledge on AI for service delivery. The recommendations are: artificial intelligence needs to be fully integrated in the automation of safety planning and delivery at Chitungwiza. There is need for skills upgrading for the majority of planners and employees that do not have skills in new technologies in AI at the Chitungwiza municipality. AI demands technical competence. The central government needs to enact policy frameworks to sustain the adoption of AI in local authorities. Infrastructure needs to be upgraded to support the use of AI by local authorities. There is need to increase financing to local authorities, since the integration of AI has financial cost attached to its adoption and maintenance. Conclusion: the needs of citizens are very dynamic for local authorities to remain viable, efficient, and effective. They need to implement AI in safety delivery. Therefore, there is need to embrace AI strategies and tools that enhances improved productivity and the quality of services delivered by urban local authorities in Zimbabwe in general, and Chitungwiza municipality in specific, because that's the mandate of a local authority. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Evangelista, for the presentation. All right, there's a really very interesting AI application on the Zimbabwean point of view. Now, you have been highlighting specifically on the municipalities. So, in your opinion, what is the main finding of your research?
The main finding of the research is that to have smart administrative operations in local authorities or in public sector, we need to embrace artificial intelligence, which Zimbabwe currently is at a very low stage to embrace that, because we have got a mandate of giving service to citizens. So our citizens will remain in that predicament if we are not automated.
I see. So, what is the adoption rate of AI, for example, if I want to say, in Zimbabwe?
It's around 20%, I should say, especially in local authorities. We are still struggling, to be fully embrace the artificial intelligence. Yet, it is the only way that we can interact with our residents to have satisfaction, effective and efficient service delivery. Like in Chitungus, I said we've got chatbots, but it's not yet fully implemented. We are still on that stage. Same with other local authorities. They are not fully compliant to that.
Can your study be duplicated and have an impact on other public sector other than municipalities?
Yes, we other local authorities, we have forums where we interact on who is using who is on AI. Most local authorities, we are not yet even 50%, if I'm to say. People there, our local authorities, some they are even manual, special RRDCs, or we can say raw local authorities. Some they are even using manual.
Okay. We have on this platform with us one of our AI expert, Professor Dr. Rashid Mustafa. Prof, are you able to hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Yes, Prof. I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. So, Prof, what is your insight about this AI presentation that was made by the candidate? Prof, just in brief, you can describe.
Actually, I just joined just a few minutes ago, so I couldn't actually able to listen her full presentation. So, however, what I actually understood from her presentation at the last few slides, from the last few slides, I can say that she actually tried to use or utilize the AI in business intelligence of Zimbabwe. So I must say that artificial intelligence actually the care should be taken to use the AI, because nowadays the system should be automate is good, but sometime you should take care about to use some tools of AI, because it may be destructive. So I appreciate your presentation and your work on this field. So I'm sorry that I couldn't listen your full presentation. That's why I cannot actually comment your whole theme. So good luck to you.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Pachauri.
Thank you, Prof, for that insightful. Yeah, thank you. Right, thank you very much, Evangelista, for your presentation. And it was quite exciting to listen to it, especially on the point of view that you were highlighting about the municipalities' adoption to the AI situation in Zimbabwe. Okay, all the best to you, Evangelista, with your way forward to your higher further studies and further research on it. Okay.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, my dear researchers and other distinguished guests over here. So that brings us towards the end of our day 2 of the international conference. And today we have seen 17 papers that were presented, 9 from the social dimension perspective, 2 from digital business, 3 from AI perspective, and 4 from teaching and learning perspective. So the tracks were very interesting, and all the presenters, those who presented today, just like yesterday, our day 1, we have seen a good interactions among all of you. And also the main important thing was the enthusiasm that you all have in order to make the presentation and the hard work that you have put in to ensure that your paper is well presented, designed, and of course, we'll have a bit of hiccups here and there regarding the time management, but nevertheless, with those challenges, we strive to move stronger in the future days. So with that note, I would like to conclude the day 2 and to invite you for our final day, that is tomorrow, where we are having another 18 papers to be presented. But tomorrow, the field will be on the social dimension, teaching and learning, and the digital business tracks. So very interesting papers are there tomorrow. So I would request you all to join on time at by 1 o'clock Malaysian Standard Time. And we look forward to the new presenters presenting tomorrow. And some of you are having multiple paper, so that will be presented tomorrow as well. So with that, I wish you all a very good day ahead of you and a very good evening wherever you are from, and have a blessed day, all of you. Take care.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Professor. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank
We'll
you,
take a
Prof.
group photograph tomorrow.
Thank
When
you,
we are all here.
Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. See you.
See you.